You can. Okay. Good evening. Good evening. I would like to call the meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Roll call.
Councilmember Castle.
Present.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Here.
Councilmember Pruitt. Councilmember Schwartz.
Here.
Councilmember Sohn.
Here.
Mayor Parker.
Here.
Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by Resolution Number 137-2014, setting the 2014 meeting dates, and Resolution Number 154-2014, and Sunshine Notice dated July 16, 2014, amending the 2014 meeting dates, sending a copy to the record and the Jewish Standard, filing a copy in the Township Clerk's office and posting it on the Municipal Building Bulletin Board, and the Mayor hereby directs that this statement be included in the minutes.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting. For the record, we have present with us William Broughton, our Township Manager, Isa Abbasi, Executive Assistant to the Township Manager, Jamie Evelina, Township Clerk, Colleen Hannigan, Senior Clerk, and we also have Stanley Turritz and William Rupp from the law firm of Winnie Banta. Yesterday, we learned of the passing of Assistant Zoning Officer Sam McNeil. What a significant loss to the Teaneck family. Sam began his 13-year career with the Township of Teaneck as a Teaneck High School student, where he completed his senior service project. Anyone who dealt with Sam met with a respectful professional who went out of his way to explain the process of applying for a permit or a variance. He was a team player. I recall applying for a variance to replace my fence, and Sam was very patient with me as he walked me through the process. On behalf of the Township Council, I extend our deepest condolences and prayers to Sam's family, friends, and co-workers in the building department. Sam was only 30 years old. This is a painful reminder of how precious life is and but a fleeting moment. Please stand as we pay a moment of silence in memory of Sam McNeil. Please stand in silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. The next televised council meeting will take place on Tuesday, September 9th, 2014, with legal opening to begin at 7 p.m. and public input to begin at 8 p.m. Please be advised that the Grayson Street Bridge will be closed to all vehicular traffic in both directions beginning tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and will remain closed for 2 days due to road construction. The Teaneck Volunteer Ambulance Corps will celebrate its 75th anniversary on August 14, 2014, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. at World of Wings Butterfly Museum. In observance of Labor Day, all Township Administration offices will be closed on Monday, September 1st, 2014. Council met in closed session to discuss items listed on the agenda, and we have an announcement from the clerk.
In the event the public could not gain access to the agenda today from the website was down, so I apologize for any inconvenience. There are some changes made to the agenda which are handwritten on the table before you. The following changes have been made to the agenda. The presentation for the TBO champions will be rescheduled for September 9th, 2014. Raffle number 1395 for the Urban League of Bergen County has been added for consent. Resolution W, awarding a contract for RER Supply Incorporated for leaf recycling has been added, and Resolution X, authorizing a person-to-person liquor license transfer from Wine & More LLC to A&A Boema has been added. Both resolutions are also on the public table for your review.
Good evening again. Based upon the crowd, I'd like to ask the council, I would actually like to make a motion that the council take no action on the following items. that will reflect as a reduction to the budget. Item, the Ambulance Corp donation of $35,000, recreational program salaries that will affect the senior services, and the TCT project. Again, that motion is that no decision that will be made this evening will result in a reduction in the budget to the following items: the Ambulance Corp, the senior program, as well as TCT.
Second.
Can I have a roll call?
Councilmember Castle?
Yes.
The explanation is this: as a result of a decision that was made at the previous meeting, the council decided to cut the budget by $1.8 million. The manager presented us with a proposal of various cuts. Those cuts were in areas such as the senior service, the Ambulance Corp, and TCT. There are other, excuse me? TCT is a community organization that provides programming for teens.
Teaneck comes together.
Teaneck comes together.
Mayor.
Yes, everything stays the same for those three items as of right now. Yes. After the vote, we'll have a roll call. Roll call.
Councilmember Castle?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamidine? Deputy Mayor Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Pruitt? Councilmember Schwartz?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
So again, to recap, there will be no reduction in senior services. Teaneck comes together. While I encourage you to stay and watch the rest of our meeting, if anyone is interested in staying, leaving, this will be the time to do so. There will be an opportunity for public input. We're going to be deliberating about that. We have a very full agenda. Can I have order in the room, please? We have a very full agenda, so if people are leaving, if you could do so quickly so that others... Sure. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
That was my cousin. She's my cousin. She's a tourist. Her father and my father are brothers. No, that's not American. I mean, she might have kept the match. She might have kept the name as, but she's my first cousin. Her father and my father are brothers.
I didn't forget the library, and I'm sorry. The library. Well,
This council never did that. They never said they'd definitely do it. They said they would consider it.
That's fine. They're on the other side.
Hello there.
huh? Do I feel hot? Yeah, no, I did it. I wanted to do something special. I didn't want to just normal. I know, the library.
Oh, you're right.
Jane.
Can council members please return to the dais so we can begin? Sure. If there are additional people that are leaving, we do have people standing outside in the fire department. We do have fire hazard. So if you're planning to leave, if you could please clear the room so that additional people can come in and we can make the fire department happy. And if all council members could please return to the dais so we can begin. Ethel, I got your message. I will call you back. I didn't forget you. Thank you. Is everyone here? Sure. Just for the record, for those who are outside, just to recap, the council took a vote to not cut any of the senior programs at the Rhoda Center, to not cut Teaneck Comes Together's funding, and to not cut the ambulance corps.
Madam Mayor.
Sure, Deputy Mayor.
It's specifically on your list that was provided by the manager, line item number 8, line item number 9, and line item number 17, because I believe line item number 9 encompasses also some of the youth programs. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, you're going to do your presentation from down there, or? Okay. From your seat, okay. Yes, I'm going to read my statement. Okay. For those who are just entering the building, I would like to just thank everyone for coming out tonight. I would like to apologize again that we were unable to change the location of the meeting due to the fact that the budget hearing was published to take place in the council chambers, and legally it could not be changed. I recognize that many, if not all of you, are here tonight about the proposed cuts to this year's budget. I would like to provide some history on how we got to this point. On July 29th, Council held a special meeting to discuss the budget. At the conclusion of that meeting, the majority of the council present voted to cut this year's budget to last year's appropriations, which represents approximately $1.7 million. This is a devastating cut at this time of year, as we have been operating on a temporary budget for 8 months, and we have spent and or obligated 69% of the budget. So this cut is on the remaining 31%, which represents 8%. This cut was made without taking into consideration the impact on services. The manager was directed to work with his department heads to figure out where the cuts were to come from. While I and many of you are upset with the proposed cuts, the township had to prepare for the worst based upon the council vote. I have to believe that it was not the intent of anyone to cause undue hysteria and anxiety amongst the residents. Again, the management of the town was responding to actions taken by council. It is my hope, with a full complement of council members, that most of the cuts will be reversed and all services will be maintained at the current level. I would like to now turn over the meeting to the manager, who will be doing a presentation on budget amendments and who will also speak to the suspended registration at the senior center.
Mayor, do you mind before the manager speaks?
I would like the manager to do his proposal, and then we'll hold our comments to the end. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor Parker. Issa, first slide. So I want to start with a little bit of history on how we got there, reiterating what Mayor Parker said. We had a special meeting on the budget, July 29th. Council deliberated at that meeting, and a determination was made that $1.7 million should be cut from the budget, and that the manager should meet with his department heads and figure out where those cuts should come from, and then come back to the council with a proposal. And that proposal is to discuss those items. The manager does not cut the budget or set the budget. The council sets and cuts the budget. So with that direction, I moved forward, immediately meeting with my Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Christine Brown. We did an examination. We looked at the budget. We then met with selected department heads to evaluate their budgets and the money that was left in their budget. After we did that, we conducted a full assessment, and we determined that approximately $49 million of the budget, of the total budget, had been spent as of July 31st. 69% of annual budget it was spent or encumbered. So that cut had to come from 31% of the budget, or from $22 million, which is an 8% cut. So after we determined and after we assessed the budget and determined what portion of the budget we could make and propose cuts from, we use this methodology. And as the manager, it is most important to me that I maintain the public safety in Teaneck and the welfare of this community. And that requires that the police, the fire department, and the DPW must be able to respond to incidents and calls for service in the community. That is the first priority, and that's my first priority as a manager of this community, and I believe it's the priority of the council as well. These proposed reductions that you're going to see, I don't recommend them. I am not recommending to the council that we implement any of these reductions. The council directed me to come up with cuts, and I did what the council wanted me to do. But they are not my recommendation. I believe that as the budget is introduced, that is the way the council should adopt the budget. Adopting these cuts will have a serious negative impact on residents, employees, our operations, services, our financial position, our surplus, and budgets in future years. So I think it's important now we look at how do we get to this point? How do we get to this point where we even need to make a budget cut, or that we're even considering making a budget cut in the 8th month of a budget year? What are we really, how do we get here? How did Teaneck get into this position? And evaluating our budget and evaluating things that we've spent money on, or had to expend money, I'm sorry, not spend, it's the tax appeals. This entire story, this entire budget issue is about tax appeals. As you can see, between 2011 and 2013, this township returned to the citizens of Teaneck over $7 million. You had 5,352 property tax appeals, and $7 million was returned to the citizens of Teaneck. So the township did not spend the money. The citizens of Teaneck who originally paid it now have the money back. So this issue does not have anything to do with spending, how much the township is spending. It is an issue caused by tax appeals. And it's caused by tax appeals, and it's not anybody's fault. It's not anybody's fault that we're in this type of economy and we have property values going down. So the average county board judgment was $1,100. The average state tax judgment was about $3,100. All the judgments get paid from our surplus, and you cannot budget the surplus. So it comes from money that we have left over from operations. That's where it has to come from. So this is another view of tax appeal judgments. You could see by the numbers from 2011 to 2013. You could see what was returned in refunds and how many appeals and the total amounts. Surplus analysis. And I think that this is one of the key slides, and you must understand the devastating effect cutting the budget will have on the surplus. Total available surplus from prior year for 2014 is $4.2 million. To balance the budget, we're using $4.1 million to balance the 2014 budget. For many, many years, we've used anywhere from $3 to $4 million to balance the budget. It's a normal process. We always return money that's not expended back to citizens. So on January 1st of this year, after using $4.1 million to balance this budget, the balance that we have in our surplus is $139,000. That's it. We usually have $2 million to $2.5 million. So you can see that our surplus has fallen off a cliff, and it has fallen off that cliff because we're returning money from the surplus, not because we're overspending. So how do we avoid large tax increases in 2015? We have to make sure that we replenish to the surplus exactly what we use. So we need to put back $4.1 million in surplus, or we need to receive revenue in excess of what we anticipate that we're going to receive for 2014, which would go into surplus, or we need to spend less than we budget. Spend less than we budget. Or, for next year, we'll have a tax increase, and the tax increase could be significant. So that is why I'm recommending to the council that we do not cut this budget. And this is a chart of surplus, and this chart is very interesting, and I can't see the whole chart. So the red line that you see in the middle of that chart, that is how we've been. That's the amount that we've been using to budget, to use in each year's budget to balance the budget. And that's going back to, I think it says 2006, I guess. So that goes back to 2006. And you can see that line is relatively steady. So we've been using relatively the same amount. The green line, which I can't even see from here, I apologize. Yeah, so that's the balance that we have at the end of every year, okay? Usually December 31st. And you could see that line is falling off of a cliff. It has gone down, and it follows the line of tax appeals. And then the last line is the undesignated surplus. How much surplus we have after we use a portion of the surplus to balance the budget. You see that line going distinctly downward. And it's at the point we're at today, about $139,000. To me, that's an alarming number. Okay, so moving forward, these are the items, and I'm going to move through these items. These are the items that I was able to come up with to present to the council, and these are the items where money still exists in the budget. If this was January 1st, I probably wouldn't have chosen these items. But there's only certain places that I could choose from in August. Okay, you have to choose from where the money is. You can't choose where you don't have money anymore. So item number 1, the building department, assistant construction official. I chose this item. We haven't hired this person yet. This is a position we've had for several years in the building department, but it's been left unfilled. And this person, the assistant construction official, manages the office of the building department. And he's responsible for creating a smooth and seamless process for the issuance of building permits in the building department. So if the council was to cut that $75,000 of savings to a homeowner whose house is assessed at $450,000, would be $5.80 a year, and the savings a month would be about 48 cents. For the police department, civilian dispatchers, there's several civilian dispatcher positions that we haven't filled yet. We've been working on an initiative to consolidate our dispatch, have the fire department dispatch, police, EMS, all in one location, and we're trying to make a determination if that location should be here in Teaneck, or we're going to move to use the county for that service. If we cut that $400,000 out of the budget, it'll create a structural overtime issue, okay? That money exists to cover 8 dispatchers. Three of those dispatchers, we need to be in a regular rotation to cover shifts. And if they're not available, then those shifts have to be covered by overtime. So in the police department, one of the important things is overtime. The police department has used a significant amount of their overtime to date. Approximately 75% of their overtime has been used. Usually if the police go over on their overtime, any money left in the salary line will cover the overtime with that amount. But if that money is not going to be available, it's critical that I make sure that the police department does not exceed the amount budgeted right now, which is about $425,000. So what I would do in the police department to ensure that I contain the costs of overtime to the amount we have budgeted for overtime is immediately, if these cuts go through, we disband the community policing unit, and the personnel will be reassigned to dispatch. The school resource officer at Teaneck High School, we would reassign the school resource officer and put that person back at dispatch to make sure we don't have overtime from dispatch. The officers assigned to traffic, we would put them back in the patrol division to make sure that sufficient officers are available to respond to calls so that we don't have overtime. The training bureau supervisor, we would reassign him to patrol so that we don't have overtime. We would reassign at least one detective to patrol to ensure no overtime. And we would temporarily suspend investigations of crimes that have a monetary value that's less than $500. Court security, we would man the court security booth here on a basis that would not incur overtime. Council meetings, we would only have someone here at a council meeting when the person's available and not on overtime, and we would freeze all promotions in the police department. Firefighter. I'm sorry. Okay. The park rangers. Park rangers is $70,000. Cutting that would take us out of the position to be able to provide personnel for monitoring the new Votey Park field. We just did a field that's over $3.5 million, and we need someone to monitor that field and protect our investment in that field. The one police officer position, $50,000. If we cut that position, it could increase our overtime. Right now, we're operating one officer short. The firefighter, if we cut that position, we're operating one firefighter short, and it could increase overtime and lower our staffing. Public Works, 4 public works laborers. I'm sorry, excuse me 1 minute. Public Works. Public Works has been extremely short and extremely busy. This could delay a lot of their maintenance work and other operations that they're working on a daily basis, removing that $180,000. And that could also make our snow plowing suffer, our leaf removal suffer. And I think that everyone would agree that we've been doing very well with our snow removal and leaf cleanup. I think we've made major advances in that, and I'd hate to see that retarded. Engineering, we have a certain amount available for the engineering. Cutting it by $50,000 would leave only about $20,000 that we would be able to spend on engineering costs for for engineering costs for the balance of the year. Okay, the donation to TVAC, we usually give TVAC $70,000. The council...
We've already addressed that.
Council addressed that. Recreation Department, council addressed that. Public Works, leaf collection, item number 10. This allows the DPW to hire private contractors and to hire equipment to assist with collection of leaves in a more speedy fashion. If we cut that, we would not be able to hire those contractors, and it would be up to our DPW personnel to remove the leaves on their own, and that would significantly slow the process and probably move it into winter. The library, item number 11, funding for this in the library, $75,000. It would reduce part-time employees and close the library on Sundays and holidays and have an impact on the library materials the library is able to purchase, and will have a serious negative impact on their collection going forward. Teen Clean program number 13. We usually hire teens who get work experience and clean up the town. Cutting that, they would no longer be able to participate in that program. Vantage Health, it's a donation that we make to a facility in Englewood, a mental health facility in Englewood, New Jersey. About 200 Teaneck residents a year take advantage of that program. If we were to cut that, those persons that take advantage of the program would need to go to Bergen Pines or another private hospital.
And also, just not to interrupt you, they were here today to provide grief counseling free of charge for staff due to the untimely death of Sam McNeil.
Item number 15 is the new hire costs for one fire officer. If we're not hiring him, we cut that out. That supports hiring a person in the fire department. Item number 16 is sewer charges for BCUA. After final billing, $250. That line can be reduced by $250. If you take it out, it will not be going to surplus. Item number 17, council already addressed. Item number 18 is strategic plan. We've discussed this as a council and administration, that we want to have a strategic plan developed for our infrastructure that outlines items that need to be improved or upgraded in our infrastructure, and also lays out a plan for financing such improvements. If we take out that money, then we won't be able to accomplish that plan. Power purchase agreement, we're working with contiguous municipalities, Englewood and other municipalities on power purchase agreement. This would cover legal fees that we would eventually recoup. If we cut this money out, we won't be able to participate with them. And item number 20 is the building department software. We think it's important that we bring Teaneck into the next century, improve the building department experience for residents, and have an online software solution so that it can be done at home. And this is the first step in bringing every potential part of Teaneck government online and available to citizens 24 hours a day. If you want me to continue, I'll continue. If you want to talk about, I can have, want me to just go with my presentation?
Sure. I see we have the auditor here. Does he have anything that he would like to contribute to the presentation?
We have some. I called the auditor in so he can speak about surplus, the purpose of surplus, and those types of items. If council
I would like to know, is the correct term fund balance, not surplus? Because surplus makes it seem like it's something extra.
terms are interchangeable.
Okay. Does he want to add anything to?
Yeah, we'll go to your slides. If you
Yeah.
want to step up to the mic. Yeah.
So I was asked to speak to surplus. What makes surplus available? It's a balance from prior years necessary for cash flow. It is necessary for cash flow during the delay in tax collection, avoiding tax anticipation notes and the interest associated with it. So right now, we're functioning as a township without our tax bills being out. That's why it's so important that you adopt a budget. The additions to surplus: miscellaneous revenues anticipated, excess of revenues anticipated, and appropriation reserves unexpended from prior years, like these cuts that the manager had mentioned. Any of these cuts that are not made will end up in surplus. So that $1.7 million can be looked at as money that will, or a portion of that money that will eventually end up in surplus. Those are the things that add to surplus. Then there's the subtraction from surplus. As the manager mentioned, the utilization of returning money to the taxpayers from prior year's operations, and in Teaneck's case, paying these tax appeals, which I think we've discussed at length, $2.7 million in 2013. What is adequate surplus for our AA2 bond rating? I think I mentioned at the last presentation here that we did what's called a ratings call with the rating agency, and the CFO during that call assured the rating agency that Teaneck would do everything in its power to put surplus back on the track that it was prior to these tax appeals, as difficult as that may be. We had, subsequent to my last presentation, made another call back to the gentleman that reviewed Teaneck's bond rating and had asked for his opinion on what he felt was a comfortable range for fund balance for the township, commonly called surplus, and in his estimation, it would be between 6.6 and 7.7 million, based upon other AA2 bond ratings that were given to other municipalities in the state of New Jersey. So I guess that would be what Moody's would call the goal, to get that AA2 bond rating to continue. Again, the AA2 rating is second highest offered by Moody's. It did demonstrate a very strong credit worthiness relative to other municipal or tax-exempt issuers in the state of New Jersey. What are the items that increase our credit rating? Sustained strengthening of financial position, sustained strengthening of the tax base. And the decreases to our credit rating are liquidity pressures from tax appeal refunds and fiscal imbalance, leading to lower fund balance, which is the topic of the cuts in relationship to surplus. As you know, we just did the $7.2 million issue over 18 years at a rate of 2.67. In the future, this rate will look back on as being probably at historic lows. Obviously, the lower interest rates that we have, it's lower interest costs or debt service costs to the township, which lowers the tax rate. This is just a comment from the 2013 audit having to do with internal controls.
Thank you. Does any council members have any questions?
How exactly did we get an AA2 rating if we didn't meet the minimum fund balance requirement?
That's a good question. They're really not a minimum requirement. It really is kind of a range, and it's a part of a package that they look at. We were on the ratings call for a good part of an hour, and prior to that hour, we spent another 2 or 3 hours preparing for that call. So the call was not just surplus. Surplus is one of the items on the call, maybe 1 out of 15, 20 items. And I did mention earlier that the CFO assured them and basically laid out a plan for them that we would get Teaneck back to the surplus which we once had, which was closer to that 6.6 million. But it is a range. It's not an exact science. It's more like an art form, giving a rating.
So
I don't work for Moody's, but I'm just giving you my opinion of how they do this.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. So the rating agency received a plan from our CFO as to how we were going to rebuild our fund balance.
Orally, during the call,
Okay.
yes.
Mr. Manager, I'd love an opportunity to see the plan that was laid out to the rating agency as a councilman.
Again, the way it worked on the call, sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
The way it worked on the call is the plan, obviously what caused surplus to reduce was the tax appeals. So the plan revolved around how we were going to rebuild surplus and what steps we were taking to avoid future tax appeals, like the reassessment, and building back surplus, budgeting a line item for tax appeals, all those steps.
Okay.
Okay, so when I said a plan, I really didn't mean, we didn't submit a formal document to them. It was just part of the ratings call. It's a conference call.
For me, there's just a small amount of confusion because the last time you stood before us, I asked you a very specific question, and that was regarding our fund balance. Councilman Zone asked you how low could we go?
Yes.
And there was no answer. And then what you present today doesn't exactly explain how we received a AA2 bond rating if they're saying that we don't meet the minimum requirement. And I got to tell you, if you put it in your presentation, I got to hold you accountable for it. You put up a number there, and it's even more unclear to me now how we received a AA2 rating if we didn't meet the standard that you put on your own slide.
Right. Like I said, on Thursday of this week, in preparing for this meeting, I placed another call with the CFO and the manager to the gentleman that provided us the rating, and we just asked for his opinion in New Jersey municipalities what normally a AA2 rating surplus would look like for a New Jersey municipality. Now, they do have internally, I'm not privy to the internal workings of Moody's rating service, but they do have additions and deletions to the fund balance that's presented in the audit. So, again, without being privy to those exact additions and deletions, I don't know how they get to that 6.6 range number, but that was what he quoted on the call.
Councilman Pruitt?
I just wanted you to restate the no material weakness. In other words, as an outside auditor, you found that the management of the budget as it was done adequately.
Well, that comment actually is not about the budget. The comment is the audit of the internal controls of the township.
About how the money is managed. Internal control of how you manage the money.
The internal controls of the controls that are in place in the township.
How the township manages the money. In other words, you're an auditor that looks at the books and then passes judgment as to whether or not they're being handled properly.
That's correct, but I don't judge what you choose to spend your money on. I only judge how it's being managed.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
Yes.
you judged that however the money was spent, it was done in an appropriate manner.
Correct.
According to your qualification, your criteria.
I agree with that, yes.
Councilman Hamaduddin?
Just to pick it back on the questions that Councilman Castle was asking, Dan Seymour, and I'll send it to you in an email, associate at Moody's Investors, and I'll just read it very quickly. Summary rating rationale: the AA2 rating reflects the township's large, wealthy tax base in the greater New York City area. AA2 stable area with an above-average socioeconomic profile and a healthy regional economy. The rating also recognizes the township moderate debt burden and stable financial position with some pressure from tax appeals. Strengths: large, wealthy tax base, stable financial position. Challenges: some pressure on tax base and finances from tax appeals. Statewide property tax cap. What could change the rating up? Sustained strengthening of financial position, sustained strengthening of tax base. What could change the rating down? Liquidity pressure from tax appeals, fiscal imbalance leading to lower fund balance levels. Then the rest is just the principal methodology used in this rating was U.S. local government general obligation debt published in January 2014. please see the credit policy page on www.moodys.com for a copy of this methodology. That's to answer that question. The one thing that I just want to understand is that from the last meeting, you just passed out a handout that has a lot of great work in it. But I think the recommendation says that $327,000 should go back to the township surplus, and $224,000 should go back to surplus. So we're all moving away from cutting $1.8 million.
No. And Councilman, since you weren't here, I'll clarify my position. What we are doing is we're borrowing money from surplus, and then at the end of the year, we're moving money back to surplus. And I want to make sure that we're all clear here that we can't keep telling the same half-truth that it's going to impact surplus if we cut from the budget, because if we don't borrow it from surplus to begin with, then we don't have to pay it back. And I have to, from a personal standpoint, I want to put it in this context. I'm a veteran and I served in Iraq. And there was a hearing that a lot of people sat at and gave a lot of half-truths, and I went as a Marine and served on behalf of my country looking for WMDs, and there were no WMDs. When I look at this budget and I see that we have padded the budget egregiously, I mean, like, there's a lot of padding here. The reason I gave you all this handout is, the manager says we've been delivering exceptional snow removal without these positions, or we've been delivering exceptional snow removal, and if we don't, fund these positions, that might stop. We've been delivering exceptional snow removal without these positions that we've never had. When you say that cutting the budget will have a devastating effect on the surplus, that's absolutely false, because if we can identify a cut, like a park ranger that we don't currently have, and we're not borrowing $70,000 from surplus to pay for a park ranger, then that's $70,000 that remains in fund balance. So that purple line that you had that was going down, if we adopt a budget based on the amount that the manager is asking for, we are in a far worse situation, because we have the ability to spend all of that money. And then that $139,000 that we've left in reserve is all we have left. So to fully answer your question, the handout, and as a matter of fact, I believe that the clerk has enough copies for the public, it identifies specific positions, some that overlap with the manager, where they were unfilled positions: the assistant construction official, five civilian police dispatchers, park rangers, public works laborers, so on and so forth. But then it actually identifies other cuts that we can make to this budget where we have grossly over budgeted. We have $300,000 set aside for labor council, and to the manager's own admission, he made more advancements negotiating with the police department without the attorneys in the room. Now we've got a quarter left in this year, and we're going to spend $300,000 on labor council. I don't think that we're going to do that. When we look at disposal costs for public works, to the manager's own admission, what we were billed for disposal cost came in under what we had proposed. Yet for some reason we still increased the budget, and we knew that the amount was lesser. That is patently unfair to our taxpayer, because they are paying taxes on the budget number. They're not paying taxes on what we're actually spending. I'm going to get to two line items here that there might be originally a gasp, but I've gotten an opportunity to sit down with the police department. I've gotten an opportunity to sit down with the fire department, and I've actually shown them the documents that the CFO provided to us. If you look at what we've been budgeting for police and fire, just on the general salaries line, we know how many employees we have. We know what their regular salaries are. Please explain to me why last year we had a balance of unused money and to the sum of $535,000. After we paid all police officers, after we went over and overtime by $200,000, after we paid all allowances and repayments, there was still a balance in police for $377,000. We didn't spend that money. Now, I've sat down, I've had conversations with the manager and the CFO, and I was told, well, this money was budgeted for retroactive payments. Well, when we get the the report, through 6:30, and the manager and the CFO confirmed that retroactive payments were made in the first half of the year, and we have not even reached 50% of the budget that we've assigned for police for salaries, then there's tremendous amounts of padding there. And it's not because anyone is doing anything maliciously, but I think that we can do things better. Now, the public has an opportunity to get these handouts when we get to fire. Some of the other things, if you look at the detail for fire right now is on a path to have approximately $444,000 left over at the end of the year. We know right now, as of March, that the fire department has 75 coats that expired in April off of a 10-year life expectancy. And nowhere in this budget are we making our firefighters more safe by giving them the gear that they need to keep our township and our residents safe. So I would, my recommendation is, why would we not recognize that there's $444,000 that's been over budgeted? Why wouldn't we assign $120,000 to replace those fire jackets? Why wouldn't we then send back money that we originally borrowed from surplus back to surplus? Because then we don't hit that purple line that the manager presented. Once again, I'm not here to question why it was done, but I'm here, and I was elected because I think that at least a majority of people who showed up on Election Day thought that we can do it better. So, that's really the focus. And the last point that I want to make is we need to have a moment of clarity here. In the last council meeting, we did pass a motion that directed the manager to cut 1.7 and change from the budget. But at no time was there any direction to the manager to cancel classes for seniors, to cancel registration, to firefighters, to fire police officers, to put in place what I've heard more than half a dozen times, a doomsday budget. We asked for recommendations. Now, I respect the manager's recommendations. I don't agree with all of them, but in the areas where we know that we have unfunded positions that have never been funded, we should cut that from the budget so the taxpayers don't have to pay for it. In the areas where we know the bills have come in less than what they were expected, we should cut that from the budget so that the taxpayers don't have to pay for it. And I would just recommend that if we don't need to borrow $3 million from the surplus, and we left that $3 million in the surplus, that purple line would never dip down to $139,000, and the taxpayers would not have to pay an increase on money that we do not intend to spend.
Council, can I have order, please? Can I have order? Councilman Hamaduddin, Councilman Sohn, and then that will end the council portion at this point. We have 3 public hearings that we have to conduct this evening. So, Councilman Hamaduddin.
Yes, I just want to make sure, okay, so we've had exceptional snow removal because we have a snow trust. That's where that money comes out of. The police chief, when he came in front of his, asking for what he wanted for his budget, never came up and asked for coats, so that's why that wasn't asked for. But out of that whole 5-minute speech, I just wanted to know, are you because these things say, put it back to surplus, spend this money, your recommendations on what, the excess money is. You're not talking about cutting any money, are you? Out of that 1.7, do you have any money that you want to cut, or are you going to come back in? And I just need to.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I am for everything that's on this sheet right here is something that can be cut from the budget that does not affect services, because we either did not have the position or things came in under what they were actually appropriated.
Okay. Sure. So I just want to be able to just finish up in 2 quiet sessions. It's interesting that you brought up the war part of it, because we're talking about $69 million that we take in and $66 million that we spend. And, in 2000, that same thing was told to us by, that same thing was told to us in 2000 about the Bush-era tax cuts. That over the next 25 years, we're going to take in X, let's give that money back. And that surplus went away. So when we take a look at our closed session agenda, and we look at the Glen Point tax appeal, and where would we be taking that? Just like we would be taking that under surplus. If the surplus wasn't there, where would we be taking out of it? We would be borrowing it to pay that back. So I think that, although that everything that you said sounds great in theory, I think practically speaking, what we are doing is being prudent in how we are collecting tax revenue for our township. And I think that I think that the things that we're talking about right now are the same things, except that you need that cushion, and it's not padding, right? You need that cushion to say, just like in everybody who budgets their house, something comes up, you adapt differently. And there's no way to see unforeseen circumstances like a Irene, like a Sandy, like some of the things that we have, or whatever lawsuits that could be pending right now in terms of our township. So I think that the word padding is something that I disagree with. It's having a cushion, just like the cushion that we have in our federal government that was taken away from us in 2000, that took us in the position of our economy that we are in right now.
Could I?
Sure. Councilman Son has a question for the auditor.
Mr. Operator, we had a $7 million surplus in the beginning of 2011, January 1st, 2011. Based on projections that I received, at the beginning of 2014, we had $4.3 million, and we expect that our ending surplus with the budget as is will be $3.3 million. We started the year at about 6%, which is half the 12.6%, and we're going to end the year at $3.3 million, which would be under 5%. If I calculate 12.6% of $70 million, I'm not coming up with 6.6 to 7.7. I'm coming up with 8.8. And we've eaten up that surplus. I'm looking at the projections from the CFO for 14, 15, 16, 17, and I see that we're not seeing any change in our surplus until a little bump up to $4 million by 2017. Aren't we well below the surplus where we should be? What options do we have available to us? Development is going to take years. Where are we going to find that money? What do we need to do to maintain and replenish that surplus and actually start building it and create a sustained improvement of that fiscal condition?
I would make a couple of general suggestions. The appropriations obviously need to be looked at. Every amount of items that could be cut from the budget need to be cut. But more importantly, that we see more and more in Bergen County is you have to look at the revenue side. There's got to be other revenues that you can be raised. I've given the manager and the CFO some ideas on what other municipalities are doing in the state. The state also puts out a best practices list of what things are available throughout the state as far as revenues available to municipalities, shared services. Obviously, shared services is a very hot topic in Bergen County and throughout the state. There's been consolidations. There's been consolidations in Hudson County of fire departments. There's been consolidations of police departments throughout the state. There is many, many things that can be done without tax increases. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Sure. Councilman Pruitt.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of revenue development. And I said the other time that if we sold 10 building properties, and we have lots of them, that's $1 million in 1 year, and that's possible. Those 10 building properties would generate, if they put a house on it, $10,000. So that's $100,000 every year going forward. If we look at shared services, we had a visit to the county dispatch organization. I think we should look at that. First of all, they're more efficient than we are, and it possibly will cost us less money. There are opportunities to meet with the Board of Ed. They're looking forward to talking to us about shared services. We're part of a 5-town consortium that has options and opportunities for shared services. Tonight, we got a document from Mr. Castle, which has some interesting information in it. But we're here tonight, hopefully, to adopt the budget. And we've had the people who are responsible for that working on it for the past week. And I think we have to work with their numbers, because those are the numbers that we have the most knowledge about. And I think that we as councilmen are not township managers. We're trying to make the best judgment based on the information that we have. And we're kind of up against the wall right now. And we've got to do something tonight so that we can begin to work on next year's budget, which will probably be much more managed than this year's budget was, because we're going to have in that budget some of these revenues we sit on our hands and talk about and don't do anything about.
With that said, I want to just go over the agenda for the rest of, well, for this part of the meeting. I'm going to make a motion that we move Resolution 13 and 14, which is B and C, which are administrative resolutions to enter into the budget process. After that, I will be opening up the hearing for ordinances 24 through 30, as well as having a public hearing on the use of the Green Acres funding for North Terhune ADA Greenway Trail. After that, we will have a public hearing on the budget that was introduced, and then the council will take a vote, and then we'll be having a public hearing on the Cedar Lane Management Group budget. Is council in agreement with that? Yes, Good and Welfare will follow the 3 public hearings. So we have a long evening, and it's 9:20. So with that said, I'd like to move make a motion to move Resolution B and C. And the clerk, if you could just read those into the record.
Can you get a second?
Yeah, please.
Can I have a second?
Second.
B and C, authorize self-examination of the 2014 municipal budget, as well as authorize the township clerk to read the 2014 municipal budget by title only. So I guess I've read it into the record.
That is the 2014 municipal budget.
I'd just like to acknowledge my husband who came out to support me this evening. Thank you. Can I have a roll call?
Councilmember Castle?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamidine?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz? Councilmember Pruitt? Councilmember Schwartz? Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes. Okay, I'd like to declare the hearing open for ordinances 24 through 30, as well as the public hearing for use on the Green Acres funding for North Terhune ADA Greenway Trail. For the record, for those of you who are attending council meeting for the first time, during this public hearing, you will only have an opportunity to discuss these items. You will have an opportunity to discuss the budget when we open up the hearing for the budget. So again, this is for ordinances 24 through 30, as well as use of Green Acres funding for North Terhune ADA Greenway Trail.
Madam,
And the clerk will read the ordinances into the record.
by title.
Ordinance number
By title only. Can I have everyone's attention? We need quiet, please, so that the tape records what's going on this evening. Thank you.
The ordinance is scheduled for adoption by title only are ordinance number 24-2014, ordinance number 25-2014, ordinance number 26-2014, ordinance number 27-2014, ordinance number 28-2014, ordinance number 29-2014, and ordinance number 30-2014.
The hearing is now open. Mr. Powers, or Dr. Powers, rather.
Charles Powers, Teaneck. I'd like to speak to the bond ordinance number 2714, which would call for $475,000 for the following. Township of Teaneck in the county of Bergen is hereby authorized to undertake various improvements to municipal buildings, facilities.
1 second, Dr. Powers, and we'll give you your minutes back.
Full title.
Okay.
Ordinance number 24-2014, calendar year 2014 ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank pursuant to NJSA 48:4-45.14. Ordinance number 25-2014, bond ordinance to authorize the 2014 road resurfacing and sidewalk and curb improvement program in by and for the Township of Teaneck and the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $2,149,000 to pay the cost thereof, to appropriate a state grant, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. Ordinance number 26-2014, bond ordinance to authorize stormwater drainage improvements and studies at various locations in, by, and for the Township of Teaneck in the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $1 million, to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. Ordinance number 27-2014, bond ordinance to authorize various improvements to municipal buildings and facilities in, by, and for the Township of Teaneck and the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $475,000, to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. Ordinance number 28-2014, bond ordinance to authorize the acquisition and installation of a township-wide audible alert system and the acquisition of other emergency services, equipment in, by, and for the Township of Teaneck in the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $300,000, to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. Ordinance number 29-2014, bond ordinance to authorize the acquisition of new, additional, or replacement equipment and machinery and new automotive vehicles, including original apparatus and equipment, for the use of the Department of Public Works in, by, and for the Township of Teaneck and the County of Bergen, State of New Jersey, to appropriate the sum of $480,000, to pay the cost thereof, to make a down payment, to authorize the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation, and to provide for the issuance of bond anticipation notes in anticipation of the issuance of such bonds. Ordinance number 30-2014, an ordinance amending Section 36-11.2 of Division 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 36 entitled Traffic of the Township Code, adding restricted on-street parking spaces for handicapped on Highwood Street.
In addition, the hearing will also include item number 11, public hearing on use of Green Acres funding, North Terhune ADA Greenway Trail.
Let's try this again. Dr. Powers.
Chuck Powers, Teaneck. I very much hope you folks will authorize that Greenway money. It's important, and we need to keep on looking toward finding ways to do open space as well as recreation in a town that has such enormously interesting greenway property. I'm going to talk about Resolution 2714 because it calls for authorizing the township to obtain a bond to undertake various improvements to municipal buildings and facilities in, by, and for the township. Said improvements shall include all work materials and appurtenances necessary and suitable therefore. I have never read anything as vague as that description of what you are going to sign up to do for $475,000. And as I understand it, the township has never made any information available about what actually sits in that list of $475,000. But in fact, this issue has actually been before your prior council because it had, back in the early spring, a proposal to spend $400,000, which appears to me likely to be some of the same money, and you folks knocked off $85,000 of that. So what comes back tonight in a completely unspecified way, at least in terms of what the public can understand, is something that is now going to be $160,000 more than what it was that the council effectively told the manager. And specifically, the mayor asked the manager, tell us more about this. And the first explanation was they're going to do asbestos removal and, oh yes, some cables. And the cables were apparently to come because of what was not included in what we we went ahead and put $3.2 million into in terms of the building we're building over here. And we were told, anyhow, that this document, that was what Mr. Iovino provided as the basis for how it was that we conducted that RFP, simply had assumed that we would go out and buy those cables. Well, I actually spent $250 to buy this. It came in 2 different forms. And I can't find where it is in this document that that money was expected by Mr. Iovino to be coming back in a second bond issues. So I've never understood any part of this discussion, and I simply ask you tonight, please, you are really up against a crisis. Bonding is part of what we spend. Every year we spend a bond, we put a bond in, we put money down that year, and we start spending. This completely indefinite set of things that are apparently going to be in here that are not specified in here, please find out about them, because they are claimed to be things that are going to last for 15 years and be part of a normal bond issue. It's really important, folks, that we get hold of capital spending, figure out what we do need in terms of infrastructure. The one thing I saw up there that I would not knock off is some strategic plan whereby you figure out what in the world you're doing with capital budgeting. Because we need infrastructure in this township done on some priority basis, and we're just shooting in the dark. And $475,000 for unspecified building stuff, unless the manager can give you a line item description. He did give you a line item description of that $315,000. You may or may not have that. If you don't, I can provide it to you. But what is it that you're spending $475,000 for? You're spending a lot of money on bonding. Be careful what you're doing. Make sure not only that you know, but frankly that we know. The manager last time said that he had provided more information about financial and budget matters than any other manager or administrator in the county. And yet your website ranks number 39 out of 68 in Bergen County, 221st. And you know what that's based on? On the content and accessibility of the content to inform the citizenry of what it is your township is doing. We're not getting there yet, folks. Be sure that you don't go ahead and spend more of our money until you know precisely what you're spending it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Rose?
My name is Howard Rose. I'm a resident of Teaneck, and I'll identify myself, as I should have done earlier, as a member of the Teaneck Board of Education, and I am not here speaking on their behalf. Regarding bonds, I'm concerned, and I'll piggyback on what Dr. Powers has said, about specificity. Oddly enough, transparency is linked to understandability. Without transparency, we have a problem. And without specificity, we have no transparency. It's very important. I've been hearing a lot about budget reductions and bonding and this and that. Well, you know, bonding, we're told, is a necessary thing, and I believe it is, but to what degree is, I think, what needs and requires additional discussion. We hear about lessening the police force and lessening this and lessening that. Where's the discussion on lessening the bonding? Is everything that's being done been reviewed, evaluated, re-reviewed and re-evaluated, and then redetermined as to whether or not it is necessary at the cost that we're going to be incurring for that? I applaud the use of money of Green Acres for Green Acres. Thank you. Because the last time we made a major expenditure, it was for green artificial turf, not for Green Acre addition. I would like to see some language in our ordinances that says that Green Acres money is required to be spent only on Green Acres and things pertaining to the Green Acres. Wouldn't that be nice if we were specific in that? Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to these ordinances? And for the record, I'm sorry that I did not acknowledge you, Mr. Howard Rose, school board member, as well as Clara Williams, school board member, former council member Barbara Toffler, and former council member Lou Schwartz, who's out here and he's 101. I can't believe it. God bless him.
My name is Raim Thackeray, and I want to introduce myself as the new member for the Environmental Commission. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the chair for the Environmental Commission, who's not able to be here today. To the members of the council, I'm sorry I could not be present tonight due to a prior commitment. The Environmental Commission enthusiastically supports the application by the Township of Teaneck for a national trail grant to be used to develop and rehabilitate a newly acquired section of the Hackensack River Greenway through Teaneck, as we stated in our letter of support last December. Over the years, the Commission has advocated for supported the development of the 3.5-mile Greenway, which has been designated as a National Recreational Trail. The Greenway is along the Eastern Flyway and is a corridor for wildlife living in and traveling through Teaneck. We are pleased that this section, which was recently acquired through municipal and county open space funding, will be made handicapped accessible to allow all citizens access to the river. We understand that native plantings of trees, shrubs, and grasses will offer beautiful views as well as food and habitat for wildlife. This project will be of great benefit to members of the community. Towns across the country have in recent years rediscovered their waterfront heritages and have taken steps to open them up to passive recreational activities. The Greenway project is an important natural resource for the township, and we hope that these funds will help ignite interest in further preservation and enhancement projects along our waterfront and the expanded funding for Greenway projects. The Commission is pleased to be a partner with the Council in considering and commenting on matters of environmental concern in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening once again. My name is Mark Fromm, and last month I stood before you to introduce the project for the Greenway. And I want to thank all of you for the support you've given us so far, and especially Mr. Broughton and his people who put forth the extra effort to make sure we could get the paperwork in order. I only want to just remind everybody that this project does have a broad range of support from local businesses, citizens, neighbors, and many others who are watching us as we have the chance to develop a very unique resource in a handicapped accessible trail in this area, of which there are very few. Thank you very much.
Norma?
Norma Getz, 628 Cadmus Court, Teaneck. I'm a member of the board of the Friends of the Greenway, and I am a neighbor of North Terhune, where they want to put the path. I just want to share with you that Friends of the Greenway has spent a lot of money of its own in having somebody put a plan together to build the path. We have hired a consultant to get various funding so that we know where we can grant, and the Greenway grant, the Green Acres grant that we are asking for will not cost the township a cent. We are just, that's going to be one piece of many grants that we're going to be asking for.
Thank you. Gentleman in the back.
Richard Karp from Teaneck. I'm president of Friends of the Greenway, and I too want to thank the council for your support in this project. And just to reiterate, it will not cost the town 1 cent. We are doing our own fundraising. We've allocated monies to get this whole project going. It will be a unique part of the park in the town. Five Star has been very supportive about this, which is just down the street from where it would be. It would be an invitation for many people who cannot enjoy the Greenway right now to be able to get down to the water and enjoy what it is. Crutches, canes, wheelchairs. Anybody who's handicapped can utilize this trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rasheen?
Dr. Alex Roshin, Teaneck. I agree with Howard Rose, but I want to be more specific on that and cover more of the ordinances. One, Ordinance 2414, extend the municipal budget appropriation limits and establish cap bank. As far as I understand, if what was adopted last meeting, okay, if we cut that, we don't have to exceed the budget, so it's irrelevant. It should be defeated by 4 votes because it's not within context of trying to return the budget to the previous year budget. So please have courage to have 4 votes to defeat this ordinance. Now, then. Ordinance 2514, resurfacing a sidewalk and curb improvement program, and which assumes that we'll have to borrow $1,900,000. There is no justification of emergency justifying that. Okay, the grant is for a particular short piece which basically can be repaired, but it's $140,000 relative to our $1,900,000. And I think that either we will reduce it, take an amendment, make an amendment, reduce it by 4 votes, and reduce it to $600,000, which would be just for emergencies in case that some streets are flooded or whatever it is or whatever. Okay, so and we'll pass it, and then we'll just pass it with amendment, not for 1.9 but for 600, or defeat it by 3 votes completely. Not necessary, not time. Okay, and we don't have emergencies. Next thing, Ordinance 2614, stormwater drainage improvements. Okay, $1 million. I would suggest to amend the Downing Street only because it says in other places, which is not specified. Okay, and this emergency should be funded. Okay, so but amendment would be nice because otherwise it allows just free throwing money from one place to the other. Okay, so then this ordinance that Mr. Powers mentioned, okay, $475,000 for improvement of municipal improvements. There was this $400,000 suggestion to add to the contract, which said no more than $3 million. Okay, and that's certainly a fault of the architect and manager not noticing it, not putting it there, and all this stuff. But this is a kind of just outrageous. And there were suggestions in the previous council to cut $400,000 from that, but we'll just Councilman Pruitt just got the agreement to cut only $85,000. So I suggest that either we just cut now this $315 to get it $400,000, and there's an amendment by 4 votes, or defeated by 3 votes completely. No bond. Okay, now the acquisition of tower-wide audible system. The thing is, the power of sound decreases inversely proportional to the square root. If you put the emitter next to somebody's house to be heard a block away, it will just absolutely deafen people who live in that house. So it's not properly thought through. It should be now killed because, you see, it's bad suggestion. If people just heard the alarm on Cedar Lane when something was wrong with fire alarms, it's extremely annoying. Something else should be found, should be killed by 3 votes. Okay, now the other thing is that vehicles for machinery for DPW. First of all, we don't have any shed to protect new equipment from the elements. Okay, just shed. Okay, and we are going to put new equipment. It's not right. That's one thing. And second thing is that it was approved by the council that police won't get new vehicles. Why? DPW should just make an amendment to cut half of this amount, roughly half of this amount, amendment by 4 votes, or kill the whole thing, okay, by 3 votes. Okay, so that's
Thank you, Dr.
suggestion. My suggestions on this thing. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment?
Lucan Teaneck. I wish to ask the council to please consider voting for the Greenway project. It will be of great benefit to the citizens, especially the handicapped citizens of Teaneck, and many, many people will enjoy it for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment? Yes, Greenway and the ordinances, the ordinances.
Richard Muller, shop steward for Teaneck DPW Workers Association. About the trucks that we're commenting about, we have several trucks that are in very serious state of repair. People are like, we got to cut the trucks, cut the trucks, cut the trucks. We got to have equipment to snowplow with, folks. I mean, last year alone, I was in one truck and went out to a section. It looked like it was in a shower by the time I brought it back. And I just drove out to the section and back because the windshield was leaking that bad because the truck had rusted out around the windshield. We have a truck that doesn't even have a chassis. It just has a salter bolted to the back of the frame. I mean, these trucks are in serious shape. I mean, I don't know what you guys expect us to use.
Thank you.
Just a general comment on these resolutions, which is that Joe Harris, Teaneck. We in the audience, and I suspect you up there, are not in a position to micromanage. It's just the nature of the game. But people in the department know the situation of their equipment. Other people can't know it. It's just impossible. And I think that the council misses its important job, which is to guide the general direction of the town when it tries to micromanage. You just can't do it. Can't do it successfully, can't do it wisely.
Any other comments from the public? The hearing is now closed. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, first a question for the attorney. For the bond ordinances, we need 5 votes in affirmative?
Yes.
Okay, in order to pass. I have a question for the manager. I see for ordinance number 25, and I guess it's probably 26 also, but 25, that's the street repaving? So I have a question first. How much from this year's budget are we adding to in order to bond that street repaving? What do we have to come up with this year?
How much do we have to come up with to bond the $2 million, the down payment? This year, we're coming up with 0. So any of these items that are on to be bonded, the down payment was funded through the capital fund, which we had placed money in the fund over many years. These items, not a single one of them has an impact on the 2014 budget, and they probably won't have an impact on the 2015 budget. It depends on when the CFO actually borrows the money. So in 2014, 0 impact on these items because we have the down payments from our capital fund, which we had a lot of money in the capital fund, so we used it and brought it down.
All right. And this has to go out to bid if we did a street paving?
Street paving, those items, first we have to award a contract for design, of the streets we select to pave, then it goes out to bid.
So just out of curiosity, given the fact that we're now in August, almost September, and they don't do street paving after end of September, why are we doing it in this year's budget? I understand how it started, but now that we're in the tail,
Well, we have a couple streets where we have grants from the county, and we need to make sure that we have sufficient funds out of this money to cover our part of the paving of that street.
But don't we still have to go out to bid for those?
Still got to go out. We have to get it done. We have to get those streets paved, or we're going to lose that money.
I'm more asking a logistic question. Logistically, it doesn't sound like it can be done. I mean,
It's gonna be
end
done.
of September is when we stop doing street paving.
Not necessarily that we stop, but we have grant money, and we need to make sure that we capture and maintain the grant money. So we have to get certain roads paved this year. And that money, our portion of it to pave those roads, was coming out of our road resurfacing. So it has to get done.
Councilman Pruitt?
I'm sorry, I just have one more. Do you have the list of equipment for ordinance number 29? Did you provide, my agenda didn't.
That is which one, the 475?
The 480 for the DPW.
For the DPW equipment?
Yeah.
It's 2 5-cubic-yard vehicles and
what is
one
that? I'm
loader.
sorry, what's it
They're dump trucks. It's 2 dump trucks. I've spoken to the DPW director. He's got several vehicles that he doesn't believe he's going to be able to keep on the road during this next snow season. The vehicles are 1991 vehicles. They're falling apart, and he does not think he's going to have them available to be used for the snow season. It's going to really impact our ability to plow and salt the roads because he can't keep the vehicles up anymore. They're 1991 vehicles.
So
he has 2 dump trucks that obviously we could replace more.
No.
But he has 2 that we want to replace.
But the spend of 480 is 2 dump trucks and...
I believe it's 2 dump trucks and a loader.
That's not the used one?
No, that's not the used one. We're not going to be able to use capital funds to purchase used equipment.
Okay, thank you.
We're talking about ordinance 27-2014. I think Mr. Power is pointing out the word various needs to be clarified, and I'd like to really see what we're going to buy for that money. I don't know how you go about doing that, but I think that various opens the door to various, and I don't know what various is, so if we could fix that, it would be nice.
I think we have, if I can answer, Madam Chairperson, okay. This is an issue that we've been discussing for many, many months. There's $160,000 in that 475 for furniture for the new building. We have to purchase furniture. That building has to be furnished. There's $160,000 for furniture, or we call them fixtures, cabling in the building, wires for computers, telephones, the actual telephones, alarm system, card reader. All of those items need to be purchased and installed in the building. If we don't pass this ordinance, we're not going to have telephones and computers.
But it's not going in this year.
It is going in that building this year. It's going in the building next door.
This year, we're putting furniture in?
We have to purchase, we have to order the furniture, okay? And we're supposed to be in, that building's supposed to be delivered on December 4th of 2014. If we continue to delay, this contractor who we have a contract with, we may wind up paying him liquidated damages for delaying his project if we don't get the wires in those walls before he's ready to sheetrock. We have to have wires in the wall for telephones and computers.
I just go a little bit further. Your explanation is marvelous. Why don't we just have that added to what's here, and then we can go forward? Can we do that?
But we need to move forward on this ordinance.
I'm not saying change.
I'll provide
I'm
you
saying,
more
can we add your statement to the ordinance when we record it for minutes and that kind of stuff? Because what you described is what it is, that various is. So can we do that and pass it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any questions on
Yeah,
this?
we actually now do the same exercise on 26 of 2014. Downing Street is the full $1 million?
Downing Street, I believe Downing Street's $1 million.
Thank you.
We had a study done on Downing Street. We have flooding regularly every time it rains. The flooding is going onto the property of residents and into their garage. And we have a property on Ward Plaza that is experiencing flooding that comes from Van Arsdale, from the intersection of Van Arsdale Place and Rensselaer. Water runs down the street, into their backyard, and into a resident's pool. I need to have a study conducted so that we can identify what needs to be done to correct this.
So Downing is repaired, the full deal, and the rest is study, correct?
Downing is a full deal.
Beautiful. Good job.
The other is study.
Councilman Sone?
First off, I just want to thank all those people who came up to speak on behalf of the Terhune Park work and the work on the Greenway. I think, again, the Greenway is a 3.5-mile necklace, really a jewel through Teaneck. And again, I think the shame is that we're missing a few pearls along the way, and hopefully one day we will actually, assemble all those pieces. I think this is an exact example of the model that we want to use, of leveraging the work and effort of private individuals and organizations to get grant money to provide resources that benefit township residents. I think this is an exact model. I think, on the other hand, the bond ordinances are really just an example of how we need to fundamentally change the way we do business. And I agree 100% with Councilmember Pruitt that the word various is something that we should not be looking at. We should be looking, and both as a council, as individuals, as members of the public, you should be able to see a page or two appended to each bond ordinance that shows what we are bonding and what we are spending on. It really disturbs me to see these questions, and again, questions that were asked regarding the mystery $400,000 in the capital budget, which went down to $315 and then all of a sudden popped up to $475 without seeing an explanation of what that is. Now, it took Councilmember Castle and I, before we took office, spent a few hours trying to reconcile the introduced budget to what was in the proposed budget, but we shouldn't have to do that work. The council shouldn't have to do that work. No council member should have to ask what is in this ordinance. We should be able to have that information and know what that is. In terms of the DPW, and I think, Mr. Muller, I want to thank you for your comments. I think any member of the public, myself, or any member of the public who has had the opportunity to visit the DPW center sees a tremendous number of trucks that are sitting there rusting in place, that are in horrific condition. I have driven behind trucks where I am going, you know what, it's not just the salt that's coming off. I hope that there are no parts of the truck coming off as I pass by. Now, it's great that we're spending, and I think we probably should spend that for it. I mean, I have concerns, but I think we should spend and we should do that. But I think there's a much deeper concern, and that is that equipment is sitting outside and not being taken care of. I've had an opportunity to visit several sheds that can be purchased, that can be bonded, that can protect the equipment, where the equipment, after it comes off the road, can be washed off, dried, protected. Okay? And that's what we need. And if we do that, and if with these bond ordinances we're not just spending money, but we are investing wisely, and we are protecting the things that we purchase, I think we're going to do our work a lot more effectively.
So, Councilman Son, are you suggesting that we consider that for next year's budget?
Oh, if not sooner. Okay. I think with some of the other things...
Would you like to include it in this year's?
I'll second that. I think that the concerns that Councilman Katz raised about, especially regarding item 25 regarding the repaving, I think we should have a list. I would have wanted to see a list of streets. I would have wanted to drive around and visit those streets. I would have wanted to see what the numbers would be. Now, I know that there are some, and again, certainly some members of the public who've said that we should eliminate this in its entirety. Absolutely, we should be spending the grants that we have. There are some critical things that we need to repair and replace, and I think especially and most clearly the pedestrian bridge over CSX from Windsor to Votey Park needs to be repaired, and I know that that's included in there. But I think with the other things, we need a lot more details. I support in theory an audible alert system, Ordinance 28-2014, but the devil is in the details. And I think the concerns that were raised about how how volume attenuates over distance, and again, are we going to have some people who can hear it at all and some people who are literally blasted out of their house, is a detail that I would want to see. And I'm supportive of the idea in concept, but I think, again, we need to see, in general, with these ordinances, a lot more details. And again, the lack of details is really a cause of serious concern to me.
I don't understand why we keep asking for detail and we're not receiving detail. Because I asked for detail in the 475 and I still haven't gotten it. So I sat in the audience as a resident, and I saw council members request detail on things and never received them. And I refuse to be a council person who asks for detail on money that we're spending on behalf of the residents. We're spending their money, and we not get it. I can't vote for anything if there's no detail. And all the numbers end in 0. I mean, all of our numbers end in 3 zeros, which means we haven't sent things out to bid. We don't know what it's actually going to cost us. How are we going to appropriate money for things that we don't know how much it's actually going to cost? Mr. Rose said specificity and transparency, and there is no transparency in what we're voting on. William, you sent us an email from the state about bond money grant money that was used for paving streets. And in that particular document, it said that the specific streets had to be paved by August 15th, or we risk losing the grant money. There's no way that we're going to pave streets by August 15th, so we're probably going to lose that grant money? Okay, wait, hold on, before everybody shakes their head no. I asked, when that email came out, if you would get something in writing. We had a conversation from the state that said that we would not lose that grant money if we did not pave those streets by August 15th. And I don't know if that's been done, but it's too vague. I mean, this is entirely too vague for us to actually make a decision and say, yes, we're going to appropriate a certain amount of money for dump trucks and a loader. That's great. I agree that we need to buy dump trucks and a loader. I've said it from the dais. I've said it from out there. I also agree with Councilman Sohn that we need to actually protect that investment. But how do you not have a quote before us about a dump truck, 2 dump trucks and a loader? And I got to say this, and it is not. It's nothing other than just the way that I feel. I cannot take necessarily your word for what the details of this are, because I still don't know how senior classes got canceled for the fall. Like, I don't know the direction that was given there, so I can't trust what you're saying to me without specificity. I mean, it's a trust thing, and you can say it and it can go onto the record, but if you can't provide me details about how much a dump truck costs and how much a loader costs, what if the dump trucks come in at $400,000? What happens to that other $75,000? Can we get some specificity? And this time I'd like to actually have it before the next council meeting.
There is a process of dealing with bond ordinances. Every piece of spending comes back across the desk of the council for approval. First thing we have to do, okay, is we have to get an engineer.
I wasn't part of the last council, so just remember, if you gave that detail to the last council.
I'm trying to explain.
Mr. Manager, the attorney would like to make a comment based upon.
Maybe I could add something to this conversation. The process of approval of a bond ordinance doesn't authorize the spending of money. As the manager, I think, was beginning to indicate, the approval of a bond ordinance is the first step in the process to allow the manager to go out for bid or get the necessary request for proposals, to get a contract proposal with an engineer, whatever may be needed. All those expenditures have to come back to the council before those expenditures are able to be made. So the approval of a bond, because you are not allowed to go out for bid. The courts have listed some case law where the courts have rewarded bidders their expense money, where a council has gone out for bid and then rejected a bid saying they didn't have any money. They didn't appropriate any money for the particular bid. That doesn't mean if a bid comes in over than an anticipated amount, you can't reject it. But the process is, first you have to have the bond ordinance or the ordinance in place that will ultimately authorize the expenditure. So approval of the bond does not authorize the approval of that expenditure. So in the example of if the dump truck bid comes in at $400,000, that's all you're going to spend. You're not going to borrow a bond for $475,000. You're going to borrow the bond for $400,000. So it's not correct to say this is not the approval of expenditure. That comes back at a next step or later step, borrowing something which could be spent under the bid threshold.
How did we get to 475? We got there somehow.
I don't know how you got the 475.
Councilman Hamaduddin.
I was on a religious holiday for the last meeting, so I wasn't here. But these ordinances were introduced, correct?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so we've had 2 weeks to answer all the questions, a month to answer all the questions. Usually, hold on. I'm just saying, when we come in during the adoption phases, if we have changes of language, especially changes of language where we want things put in or added in, where things come into various, that's the time to bring that up when we're introducing it, because we can't change the language right now. The language can't just be automatic. We have to reintroduce it with that language and then adopt again from 2 weeks from now. I think that's when the time was to bring these issues up, was during the time of introduction and not during the time of adoption. And if Councilman Castle has asked those questions and asked for clarification, then I hope that he gets them. But right now, these ordinances are set for adoption. They're not set for discussion, so you can vote yes or you can vote no on them.
Councilman Katz, and then we're going to do a roll call.
I just have a question about to the attorney about the process. If an ordinance doesn't pass, like for instance, the street paving doesn't pass, and the manager said that there was money that was put in from capital money, like matching grants or something like that. Not matching grants, but the down payment portion, correct. If it doesn't pass, let's say it's $100,000 down payment, can that money be put into surplus? Or can that money get put into helping with the savings on the budget?
It stays in the capital fund.
Yeah.
If the money came from the capital fund, it has to go back to the capital fund. I don't know where the money came from.
Came from the capital.
So if it came from capital, it can't go into surplus.
No, it'll stay in the capital fund.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Can I?
I'm sorry, I have a question to you. I don't want to vote for any paving, but I do want to vote for the repair of the bridge. What you're saying is it's either yes or no on 25 over 15.
Yes. We can't break it out.
Also, can I just add one other thing? There's numerous roads that need to be paved, okay? Approving this now will allow us to award a contract to an engineer now, do the design, and get it out to bid for next year so that it's done in the spring as opposed to being done in August. We can get ahead of the game if we award this during this season, okay? So that's one of the reasons for doing it now. We'll be far ahead of next year and really not have an impact on this year's finances or next year's finances. So we have to pave the roads.
Councilman Schwartz, if you approve the bond ordinance tonight, when it comes back to get approval for the actual street appropriations, you can vote no on any street appropriation.
My problem is a general problem. I'm adverse to debt, and I believe we have $40 million in debt. I don't recall the exact number. How much? Less than that, and it's $2 million right now. And we've talked about cuts and cuts and cuts. Here's a multi-million-dollar expense for road paving. And everyone's got some bad roads. There's a bunch of bad roads. Beverly's a disaster. There's parts of Lincoln that are a disaster. But we're talking about tightening our belt right now. And maybe the time right now is to say, let's take a year off from paving. Let's just take a year off from paving. I love to pave every year. It's great to pave every year. But at this rate, at $2 million, we're going to be doubling our debt load in that regard over a course of only 20 years and get nowhere. So, people have to ask themselves, do we want to add millions of dollars of debt every year, or do they want their road paved? People are saying, yeah, I want my road paved. Yeah, cut taxes. Well, which one is it? And I think we need a grace.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't want to be the one who makes the decision not to cut paving and have someone get a flat tire on a road that's not paved because we decided we wanted to put it off for a year. It's a safety issue.
We are actually taking a year off, except for the roads that we need to pave to receive the grant money. The larger portion of the project, we'll get that awarded this year, get it designed, ready to go out to bid next year. Then next year, we won't do a road repaving of $2 million because we did it from this year. And we did that in previous years. We skipped a year in the process. So we are doing what Councilman Schwartz recommended.
I'd like to call for a roll call.
I'm sorry, I just need a motion.
Okay, I make a motion to move ordinances 24 through 30.
Second.
And approve the public hearing for Green Acres funding for North Terhune ADA Greenway Trail.
Councilmember Castle?
Yes on the Green Acre funding, no on 24, yes on 25, yes on 26, no on 27, yes on 28, yes on 29, and yes on 30.
Councilmember Hamidine?
Yes. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kath?
Yes on the Green Acres, no on 24, yes on 25, yes on 26, no on 27, yes on 28, yes on 29, and yes on 30.
Councilmember Pruitt?
Yes, on all.
Councilmember Schwartz?
No on 24, no on 25, yes on 26, no on 27, no on 28, yes on 29, and yes on 30.
Councilmember Sloan?
Yes on Green Acres funding, no on 24, yes on 25, yes on 26, no on 27, yes on 28, yes on 29, yes on 30.
Green Acres for me as well. I'm sorry, I didn't vote Green Acres, yes. Nothing, she didn't vote yet.
No.
You need a vote count.
Do I get to vote?
Oh, Mayor, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes on all.
Thank you.
Which ones didn't pass, Jane? I'm sorry.
24, 27.
Sure.
Okay, for Councilmember Castle, I have a yes on Green Acres. Sorry, a yes
We just
on-
want the tallies.
Oh, okay. For 24,
No.
I have a
No.
Hold on 1 second, I'll have to.
24 is no, I know that already.
Well, I would double check, but,
Give me the total vote.
Okay, well-
Advise as to whether they pass or not. Just give us a number.
okay, you want me to read what they just what you read that? I have one, Councilmember Castle, I have no for 24. Okay.
How many yeses
I have,
and how many?
yes, I have 1, 2, 3, I believe, for 3, 24. I have 3. 3, 1, 2. No. No. Yes, I have 324. I have 3 for 24. 3 for 24. And I have for 25.
3.
I have 3 for 24.
3 yes, 4 opposed.
Right. 20.
Yes.
Okay.
Ordinance 24 was defeated, which is the municipal appropriations cap, which is recommended by the League of Municipalities and the local finance board for the state, and is basically just an insurance policy that the municipality has should we need to spend over the appropriations. I don't agree with that.
25, I have, 1 second.
Do we need to do the roll call again?
Yeah, I would, if we could, and just, if I can have legal counsel also just keep a tally, please. We'll do this again. Councilmember Castle.
Are we voting on 24?
We're voting on 5. We'll do them separately if you want.
Yes. Yes on 25.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Yes on 25.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes, on 25.
Councilmember Pruitt.
Yes.
Yes on 25.
Councilmember Schwartz.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. Motion carries.
Okay. And just for clarity, if we can do 24 one more time, I'd appreciate it. For ordinance, just for clarity purposes.
You have it on the record.
Okay. Okay. 26. Councilmember Castle.
Yes.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes on 26.
Councilmember Pruitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
27.
Mayor, can I have a point of order just to clarify one thing on this vote that I believe is not going to pass? That the manager did point out that we will be fined for liquidated damages if we are not ready for wiring and we don't have the money to pay for this. So effectively, if you're voting against this ordinance, you're cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Councilmember Castle.
Clarification.
No on 27.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
No on 27.
Councilmember Pruitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
No.
Mayor.
Yes.
How many of that?
4-3. It did not pass. Ordinance number 28.
Councilmember Castle.
Yes.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes.
Councilmember Pruitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwartz.
No on 28.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
29.
Ordinance number 29.
Yes on 29.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes on 29.
Councilmember Pruitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
And 30.
Yes on 30.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes on 30.
Councilmember Pruitt. Councilmember Schwartz.
Yes on 30.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes. I would like to now open up the public hearing on the introduced budget. Former Councilwoman Dr. Toffler. Sure.
Clerk should read by title only the budget first.
2014
We should.
We did.
municipal budget.
Wait.
Are we, I guess everybody's on the chit-chat, so wait.
Can we have order, please, so we can conduct the hearing? Dr. Toffler?
Barbara Toffler, Teaneck. One thing, I realize there's no way to go back to recover anything that was done in the past, but I do think that part of the history of the crisis we are in is the lack of action by the council in January 2012, when our tax assessor came in here and spoke to us and suggested right at that time that we do a reassessment so that we would not find ourselves in the pickle that we are in. Obviously, it's passed, it's done, there's nothing that we can do, but that is part of the history that led us to be in this particular position. I'm sorry that Mr. Gavarini is not here right now, because I don't know if he's still here, that our auditor. I did want to ask him about these various what are called trust funds. They're not trust funds in the sense that we use the word trust usually, and I think this is some of what Councilmember Castle has gone into and looked at. As you mentioned, Councilmember Hamiduddin, there is, for instance, and I don't know if it's still $400,000 in a storm fund referred to humorously by former Councilmember Yit Stern as a slush fund. I don't know if it's, I'm just quoting him, but the fact is, if we have these separate trust funds, and I just grabbed Mr. Garbarini quickly outside and I said, do we still have those? He said, yes, you can see them. I don't know why we have not been talking about those or looking at these pockets of money. And I don't know if some of what you were talking about, Councilmember Castle, was in here, but it seems to me that those amounts which are tucked away someplace should at least be looked at. I don't think that former Councilmember Stern really meant that, but indeed that is of some concern. So I wish in the future that we look at those. I do want to say that I hope that we cut all of the funding for the unfilled positions, the $925,000. I do think there are some other things that have been raised that can, in fact, be cut. And when the CFO stops speaking to the manager, I'll say the rest of what I'm going to say. And please give me the time.
Mr. Manager, could we please, with the hearing sheet?
I just wish that everyone who were talking about the budget. I don't know how to say this in a way, but I feel like I am speaking for many, many people in this town right now. I think the action taken by announcing that the senior services and the senior programs would be suspended when the council had not looked at anything, and that TCT would also be cut, or support for TCT. I hadn't heard about the ambulance corps, but certainly all over Facebook there was much discussion. I feel that it was a mean thing to do to the township. It was absolutely something that felt, I'm going to use the favorite word, retaliatory, to say, you're going to make me cut this? Well, I'm going to show you. I'm sorry for saying that, but I know I'm speaking for many, many people in the town that what was done was just hurtful. Thank you, Council, for immediately restoring those important things, TCT, the senior programs, and the ambulance corps. I believe you care about us. Thank you.
Ms. Bronstein?
I've heard about all kinds of services being cut. I'm Evelyn Brownstein. I represent the library board. I've been the president for some years. I am very concerned about the proposed cuts to the library budget. The library is the heart and soul of this town. It is apple pie and mother. I cannot believe that such an enormous cut at this time of the year in our budget is being contemplated by you. The library is a place for information. It's a place for socialization. It's a place to get in out of the cold or to come in and get cold. It's a special place. And you have a building that's heavily used on Sundays, and that's where a large part of this cut will come from. And we also have a building that requires a great deal of maintenance, but we're not going to have enough books to fill the library. You have to buy books on a regular basis because people come to the library so they don't have to take money out of their pockets to buy current books that have new ideas. And I cannot believe when I hear millions and millions of dollars spent on capital projects that you are asking the library, which is used from birth to death. People across the spectrum in this wonderful town depend on the library. I have sat on the library board, as you know, for many, many years, and its budget is very, very carefully scrutinized by the board. We have a director who I call has golden fingers. He knows how to manipulate money and make the most of it, and he has been most frugal and most conscientious about administering the library and its budget. And on behalf of the library board, but most importantly, on behalf of the citizens of Teaneck, I implore you to think again about this terrible cut to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rose?
Do you want to tell him what to cut? Do you want to tell him?
Howard Rose, conversations this evening, I think, forced me to make more notes than I can decipher at this point. First, regarding Sam McNeil, I'm a member of the Teaneck Planning Board for about 8 or 9 years now, and I've known him. We've been there concurrently most of the time. And just to describe Sam to you, so you get a feel, this is a generally quiet person, respectful, pleasant, knowledgeable, shared his knowledge, a good man. And I received an email earlier, because I'm a planning board member, indicating his passing. And my only immediate thought was, it's not supposed to be this way. Art Vatsky, just going to be surprised I'm mentioning him. He's been haranguing this council for years now regarding CSX.
Mr. Rose, this is the budget
Oh, I'm
hearing.
sorry. I'll bring that
I
to good
didn't
welfare.
interrupt you
My
because I
apology.
didn't want to be disrespectful because of your topic.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah.
My mistake. Back to the budget. The first thing that I was concerned about was what decreases we're seeing. And regarding seniors, I don't know if it's cried wolf, misdirected, misguided, but the information may merely be a case of premature dissemination of information. I'm glad that council nipped it in the bud. Thank you so much for that. It really prevented a lot more anxiety from accruing on behalf of a substantial number of residents in this township. I know that one council member in particular keeps indicating that, and I wish the full council was here to hear this, that budget changes should be delayed for next budget, and that the budget's now intact, keep it intact, don't make decreases. My feeling is when you want change now. And that the longer you delay, the less impact you can have regarding the impact that you're going and focusing on. So don't delay. Do it now. Blaming appeals as a culprit for the budget, I think when you're voting on this budget, think about that. These appeals have been seen as happening and ignored for the last 2 years, starting in June of 2011. Overly costly projects were being continued concurrently. I don't know the rationale behind that, but I'm concerned about it. Tax appeals, again, you're acting as if the money fell off a cliff with the chart that you provided. The slide began so long ago. what happened to extrapolation along the way? How did we not know figures all along the way? You know what an average tax increase is by looking at the prior tax decrease for an appeal is by looking at the prior year. So you know how many people are doing it along the way? Extrapolate, determine, get a ballpark figure. The answer that we don't know until it's over is just a wrong statement. We don't know exactly what it is until it's over. But we sure as heck can determine approximates all along the way. When you're looking at budget decreases, I saw a lot of things that say is the taxpayer $1 here and $2 there and $3 there. Regardless of what it saves in amount, as small as it may seem, and how much does that impact, remember that, and you can correct me if this statement is wrong, we're already paying an average per household of $7,900. So the extra dollars is on top of not only what we're looking at. So do consider a decrease. And yes, all of this stuff is of a heavier impact because it's being done now. Why? Because it wasn't done 6 months ago. Shame on that situation having arisen. I'm wondering in terms of why Teaneck seems to have a phantom budget. Whether it's, and now I have to really read tiny handwriting, whether it's position padding, whatever it is. We have a surplus, a contingency fund, a slush fund, or this or that. We have all these positions that are being funded and not utilized. Why isn't all of this under one umbrella? So there's one fund, and call it whatever you want. But one fund means that there's more transparency because we see where all that money is, and we're more directly seeing where all of that money is expended. No more hidden things. No more, this is the state of the situation at the end of the year. Oh, my goodness, look at what we found. Look at what we didn't find. There shouldn't be surprises. We should know all along the way what's going on regarding expenditures. I'm sorry, the rest of my handwriting I can't read. But thank you for your time. And please, please provide answers to what good and welfare question is opposed to you. That's important also. Thank you.
Mr. Vatsky.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to clarify what I'm seeing here tonight. What I'm seeing here tonight is a council that is taking control of the budget. And that's what you were elected to do. And there is no budget except the budget that you decide to spend. The manager, as he knows, reports to you. He can suggest whatever he wants. He's not responsible for setting the budget. You are. Only you. This is not a shared responsibility. Okay? We elected you. And I'm glad to see that someone, maybe this past election, has taken away the rubber stamp and instead put a sign over this council that says the buck stops here. I believe that the sky will not fall if the budget is cut. I know that the inflation rate in this country the past 3 years is about 2%. I know that the budget, the salary agreements that this town has negotiated, the manager has negotiated, is about 2%. But I also know that our budget has gone up at the rate of about 4% for 3 years. And I am disappointed. It's hard. It's hard on the people of Teaneck. It's symbolic of something, of a cushion, perhaps, that the townspeople lose and the municipality gains. And it's our money. The same thing, I'm ragging on you now, but the same thing is with the tax reassessments. The money never should have been collected. If it was collected, there should have been adjustments. You made a bad decision, Council of 2012. So to say that, well, we had all these readjustments we had to pay for, you did. Because we did. Because you decided that's how you were going to handle it. The people of Teaneck said, not good enough. And that's what we're saying now. So I'm glad the council realizes that the responsibility is on their 7 shoulders. Nobody else. You have to do the right thing. You can't blame the manager. It's your decision, and we want you to make a good decision. And the sky won't fall.
Dr. Rasheen?
Dr. Rasheen Teaneck. I'll start with specifics. And what's strange that former mayor just doesn't know apparently, how it proceeds. Actually, it is possible, and there is in the papers provided on the website, that there are amendments to any of the statements. It's not that you can just vote for it only as it's written. You can't make any amendments. And if amendments pass, then you vote on the statement as written with amendments. Okay, you ask a lawyer and you look at the screen, okay? I have it. So the thing is that's the case. So the thing is then about debt, okay? We're now paying $2.5 million in debt payments every year, okay? And the thing is that telling it's free money, okay? If it's free money for manager, let him do it, but I don't want to. There is no reason, because we put the load on the shoulders of the next generation. It's not right. Okay, now the thing is, for example, roads. If we could put an amendment that's only 600, it would be enough to cover any emergencies. Okay? The thing is that the grant is specifically for just paving the piece of Queen Anne Road between West Englewood Avenue and Tryon Avenue, which is a small piece, okay? You don't need $1.9 million to be approved to do that. And then what list of roads, you see, the thing is, if it's emergency, do it. Why to borrow money this year and to plan it for this year or even next year, okay? It's I think, a wrong idea to do that. Okay, now the thing is the bridge. I understand that there was a vote for bridge to put into the one of the bonds. Okay, the thing is the bridge to repair now to make it usable for some time. It's about $70,000. But as manager just said to the reporter from Suburbanite, total it would cost $800,000. Do does community need this bridge for this amount of money? We don't have anything more important to do for $800,000. Okay, listen, that was a wrong vote, I think, because it doesn't say, okay, doesn't well, just flow. The $75,000 is not a problem. Okay, now the audible system. We see it's impossible to do it. Well, the thing is not, and you vote for it. Now, come on, it's not right. Now, library. Okay, library should not be cut because it's a place for learning. Okay, for students to learn during weekend, for many people to do research and all that. Library should not be touched. Okay, I agree absolutely. That's not something to bother about. I'm glad that 14 was voted down, but that means that I heard that manager said that he needs to buy some furniture. The furniture can wait, okay, because the cables and telephone lines should come first, okay, and furniture and finishing the second floor could wait. Manager told that because of possible cuts, he suspends the recreation department budget, okay, activities. However, he pushed forward the building of the connector between the municipal building and police building, knowing that there is opposition to extra $400,000. He did it without having money. And among the listed, I got email listed from Watsky, I think, listed responsibilities of his is that he should not do any work unless there is council authorized money to do it. But it was done. For now, it's freeze the second floor, freeze furniture if it's not bought yet, okay? So, and just use the saved money and some of the capital funds that we have capital slash, because again, there are many pockets there. Okay, so to pay for extra work which was not in the contract. Okay, now I checked the budget and there are many pockets. Budget is this. At the end of 13, reserved amount in hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then in some cases it says total after transfers, okay? This is this.
Thank you,
This is
Dr.
that.
O'Shane.
Yes, I think that Councilman Castle is right on that. This money is there. It should not be got from tax. Thank you.
Gentleman in the back.
My name is Michael Hennig. I'm a township resident and the president of the Teaneck Public Workers Union. We just like to say on the 4 positions that you do not want to fill, we've been constantly losing people. Some positions get filled, some of them still do not. We keep trying to keep up as much as we can, but it's getting harder and harder, especially with equipment. And if you guys take the contractors away from us, it's gonna affect the town very drastically. If the winter comes too early like it did last time and all the leaves are still on the ground, people will hit these piles. The piles will make the roads more slippery, and it makes it bad for us, residents, or anybody else that's passing through the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Spray.
First of all, I just want to say, I'm listening to the council, everyone coming up speaking to the council tonight. My name is Ethel Spray. I live in Teaneck. And, this budget really should have been passed on the previous council. We're beating up on the wrong people. When we vote people in, they have a duty and a responsibility to the people of this town to do what needs to be done while they are holding the seat as a councilman. Another thing that I look at with this budget is that it's nice to beautify the park, but do not let the park take precedence over the lives of the people and the quality of their lives here in the community. We talk about our real estate taxes. This should have been done a long time ago, and we know this. The market dropped, the taxes were high, but nevertheless, even when we appeal our taxes, the town ratio is so high, it doesn't help us. We're still getting killed on the other end. Instead of us fighting and bickering among ourselves, we really need to come together and work together to make this thing work for everybody. The council, the people, the lawyers, everybody. Make it work. We can do it. But we're not going to do it if we keep trying to find fault, blaming this one and blaming that one. Let's just get the job done.
Thank you. Ma'am.
I'm Ora Asayag. I live in Teaneck.
Can you speak into the mic directly?
I was here earlier when we were talking about the budget for the seniors and the teens and all of that, but it wasn't clear about the classes for the elementary school kids, and there are a lot of classes that parents rely on, like dance classes and karate classes that are affordable for kids. That it wasn't clear. There were a lot of mothers out there that couldn't hear exactly what was going on, and no one heard if that was actually addressed. That was my first. I don't know if I can ask a question here or not, but
we dealt with the entire line
so
item
it
for
was
the
all
recreation
included.
department.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
it wasn't
good to know.
specified.
Okay, thank you. And also, I just want to comment that we use the library on Sunday a lot. I'm a mother of 4 young children, and if it was closed on Sunday, we would we'd be stuck in the house with nothing to read.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you want to speak too? You want to speak? Can I just see a show of hands? How many additional? Okay.
So my name is Reem Thackeray again. I am from Teaneck for the past 12 years. I am a mother of 5 children, and I'm also here to speak on behalf of the library. And also, if it was not for the library at all hours, we would be stuck. When I talk about the library, I understand the importance of the library. I'm a teacher, a science teacher, and I teach my students how to do research, which is actually the reason that I'm going back to school to get my MLIS, along with my science teaching degree that I already have. It's an important place to be. I believe it's what melds us as human beings. It's what gives us that ability to problem solve and critically think through any of the issues that can come up to us throughout our lives. Our students need to learn how to use the library, whether it's digitally, which we already have through the BCCLS, and I always tell my students to access it digitally if they cannot get there physically. And all of this requires money. I don't believe the library should be the thing that we should be cutting from our budget. It's important for our students and for us as adults. I think research continues throughout. Thank you.
Dr. Powers?
Chuck Powers, Teaneck. I want to be sure that everybody recognizes that you really do have a crisis, folks. Can I start again?
Yes.
We really do have a crisis, folks. You were told that you had a 3.1% increase in the budget coming. You have a page in there that shows very clearly it's 5.7. You're going to head into a very complicated constitutional situation tonight, in my judgment. I want you to remember one thing about the advice you will get. You have an attorney whose first duty is the following: to be the chief legal advisor to the council and manager. Now that suggests that you have identical interests, but you don't. What you do tonight with this budget, and while it's clearly the case that micromanaging is the wrong thing to do, it is still the case that you have introduced a budget, which means, as I talked to the manager about the other day, that it means that you have an approved budget at the same time, but it's not adopted. And every single line in that budget is your responsibility because you're spending our money. And you need to remember that question. You're going to head into some complicated issues tonight about how you might possibly get to a budget. It's very clear that you need to remember a couple of things about how you got here. The manager knew as of the 1st of February that he had a budget that was not going to pass the past council. They were not going to adopt it. He apparently has been spending as though his budget was your budget. I don't know why he would have done that. It would have seemed to me, if he's actually following whatever it is that's going on in this council, he would have been reducing the spending, not adding the stuff, so you end up at this point with 69% of your budget spent by this time frame. That's worrisome to me, but it's got to be worrisome to you, because your job at this point is to try to figure out what it is that you got in front of you. And what the township had in front of it, when it went to its website tonight, was this. It had, you could in fact get to the fact that you had an approved budget, but there was nothing at all about everything that the manager then talked to you about. There is no place where the township people can actually have known and come in here knowledgeably. You are certainly not going to be cutting that library. But you did, as a council, unanimously in the last meeting, passed a decision to reduce this budget by $925,000. You have learned, in addition, that there's an additional $240,000 in BCUA overcharge. You have learned, in addition, because of the work of Castle and Schwartz, that in fact you have another $176,000 that looks like it's going to be not necessary for some of the trash. It is certainly the case we need to start protecting that DPW, which is being overworked. No question. But we are in a crisis. We are losing people we need in this town because they can't afford to stay here. And you're on a path, and that you've been put on a path. Certainly, Ethel Spray was right in saying to you that you are heir to a problem not really of your making. But I point out that there should have been a recognition in the interaction between this council and this manager that to keep on spending as though his original budget, for which he gave 19 reasons in 22 minutes on the meeting on the 21st of July about why you couldn't touch a single penny of it. That's got to be wrong, because 5.7%, if we keep on doing that, will drive this town to a set of people who are only a set of people of a particular level of income. And that's not, I believe, what this township is about. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Mike Moliere, president of the PBA, Local 215. Thanks for taking a couple of minutes to hear what I have to say, and everybody else. I know it's very late. Sorry. Can't hear? Okay, sorry. My voice is going like your voice is going, I believe. I first want to acknowledge you, Ms. Mayor, and just congratulate you. I didn't get a chance to see you the first couple times up here, and I know I speak for the community that we are very confident of what you're going to be able to do and lead this council towards the future. I'd also like to take a second to acknowledge the McNeil family and just send our condolences over to their family, which is obviously a terrible loss, and so we'll be thinking of them as well. I have a couple of important questions that I want to ask you, because it's clear to me over the last specific 2 meetings that we don't have an answer yet. And that is the difference between what is budgeted and what is spent. We've talked, and I've heard you guys speak back and forth a little bit about what we can cut from the budget, cutting the fat, or whatever you want to call it, but what we can do to reduce taxes. And I'll say this as somebody so the general public understands as well, that we have what's called a residency requirement in Teaneck for the police department, which I know you guys don't. Every single police department officer is a resident of this town, started out as a resident. Okay, we are as much intertwined in our community as taxpayers and care about the services as we are employers or employees. But the point I bring that up is that we care about a crystal clear budget. We want to make sure that we can understand exactly what the budget means and how we're spending it. I'm in favor of a budget that sees a reduction as long as we are not seeing any reduction in services. And we have not had a clear answer from the council, and I hope that before you do a vote here tonight, that each and every one of you understand clearly what the choice will be if we decide to make these reductions in overall budget. Will or will it not decrease our spending, and will we have to deal with 4 months of reduced services? Because the plan or proposal that the township manager came up with today will have an immediate impact on the police department. I can't speak for all the departments, but I can tell you for sure, and the residents for sure, that there will be an immediate decrease in our services and what we can provide to the township, without a doubt. 100% if there is some kind of a reduction in our spending. If we can cut, and there's no difference to what we're doing on a daily basis, and we can provide the nationally accredited services that we've been doing for the past couple of years with what we have, we'll keep doing it, and we will support you and what you have to do with our budget. But I just want to make sure that we can get an answer, and the people get an answer today, whether there will or will not be a decrease in services because of these cuts. I have one other thing I'd like to talk about real quickly, and that is what Councilman Pruitt talked about earlier, and the discussion over going to shared services, specifically with the dispatcher system. And I just want to also say our position, which is we don't support going to the county for shared services. You will see a reduction in service, without a doubt, in the time it takes for an officer to get from the call or for a call to your house, to the ambulance, to the fire department. You will see a reduction. That's 100%. If you were going to tell us after your research that there are dramatic savings in going to the county and going to shared services, then so be it. I understand that, and that those are tough choices that you guys have to make. But I haven't heard from any council member that I've talked to or the manager that we are going to see a dramatic difference in the amount of money we have to spend for that service that warrants us making a dramatic change in what we do on a daily basis at the police department and for the fire department and for EMS. So I want you not to be kind of hit in the face with all the bright lights and cameras and TV screens and all the nice stuff that they have up there. It's not so much about what they have, it's what they can provide for us and what we have to pay for it. If the numbers are about the same, I'd like to see that service right here in Teaneck with people who know the streets, who know that when you make a call and you ask for Maple Street, they know that there's a difference between Maple Street and Maple Avenue, and they're on two different, completely opposite ends of town. That if you have a fire going on in your house and you make a phone call and that gets routed up to the Bergen County Police Academy, which is all the way up in Mawa, that they know the difference between Maple Ave and Maple Street. Okay, and I'd like to thank you for my time, all right?
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Janine Freed. I'm a Teaneck resident. I applaud the council for lifting the suspension of the cuts to the Rhoda Center's budget. Thank you for clarifying that it also applies to the youth programming. I represent a demographic. I'm not only the kids Zumba instructor there at the Rhoda Center on Sunday mornings, I'm also a mother of young children. I applaud that the seniors stormed the building basically at the beginning of the meeting, but if this meeting was at 4 p.m. during school hours, I can assure you that my demographic would have been here pounding the doors down too. So I just want to emphasize that for the parents of Teaneck, youth programming is very, very important. And when I saw the line item that we were talking about with respect to my, quality of life was $120,000, like that's like using an elephant gun to kill a mouse. Like that's what caused everyone on Facebook to be frantic about that they weren't having programming. This is the only forum that I know to present this complaint to. Please do not be irresponsible with that. I don't blame the council. Apparently the council didn't know, but suspending the programs with no explanation, please cut that off at the pass before we get to that point, because it is a quality of life issue. We have a wonderful town. I'm in the business of fun. I know what you do isn't fun, but please try to ensure that we have a little bit of fun and not so much stress along with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clara.
Clara Williams, Teaneck resident. I'm also a member of the Board of Education, Teaneck Board of Education, but I'm not speaking on their behalf, but I am addressing something that you have discussed that would have an impact. You were talking about removing the officer from the Teaneck High School. I mean, really. I think you know that, well, let me just tell you a little bit about what the officer does there. He's a law enforcement person, he relates as a counselor, and he also is a law-related educator. He works in collaboration with the school and the community as a resource for safety and security. The school becomes the officer's beat, so to say. And at this time in our community and in our country, I would think that we would want to foster a relationship between our police department and our officers and our teens. We can't afford to have something going on like in St. Louis because there's no interaction and understanding. So I know cuts are hard and they're difficult. Personally, I think the 1.8 is too much, but that's my personal opinion. People can recommend cuts, but you're going to lose services, you're going to lose programs, you're going to lose something. Something has to give. So, but I'm appealing to you to not remove this officer from the high school because he's essential. And as I said, in light of the current times that we live in, we've got to be proactive in fostering our community relations. Thank you.
Dr. Harris.
Joe Harris, Teaneck. What does a $228 annual savings mean for a family of four in Teaneck? Because I think that's what the budget cut that's being proposed amounts to, $228 savings per taxpayer family. So I've coined the name the Tea Party 3 for the 3 town council members who voted to slash and burn Teaneck's town government. While claiming to want to improve the efficiency of our town government, these council members voted for a budget for the rest of 2014 that would greatly harm the quality of life for virtually all of Teaneck's residents. The vote was rash, reckless, irresponsible, naive, and adventurous. Katz has little excuse. He's been a council member for perhaps 16 years. The two newcomers boldly claim to be municipal budget experts, but it seems to me they are one-note trumpeters. Just like the Tea Party, which is paralyzing our government on the national level, which sees only the cost side of government and does not appreciate or value the benefit side. Their proposed budget cuts would be for the rest of 2014, since we can't cut costs for the 8 months that have gone by already. The money has already been spent. Their cuts would be squeezed into the last 4 months of 2013, tripling their impact on town services. They would force the town government to make drastic reductions. Town Manager Broughton's bold move, in my opinion, of alerting the senior citizens and the ambulance corps in particular of what those budget items would mean was a wise move. It alerted those constituents that they needed to protect their positions. The same really goes for all the other people who have no advance notice other than tonight and a vote being taken tonight that their services will be cut if the town council majority, and now I'm speaking not 3 out of 5, but 4 out of 7, with a full council present, were to vote for these budget cuts. Why cut? To save about $228 per property tax-paying family on average on the 2014 property taxes, which we have not yet begun to pay. If your property is valued at less than $450,000, the savings would be less than $228 over the year. What does $228 per year savings amount to? It's a savings of about $19 a month, $4 per week, 60 cents per day per household. If you have 4 people in your household, that's a savings of 15 cents per person per day. Do you want to save $4 per week? Then buy fewer McDonald's meals, 1 less beer per week at a bar or restaurant, smoke 1 package of cigarettes less, or stay away from the lottery. I agree that most town residents are struggling, and so are the rest of the American people, except the top 5% or so. However, the answer to our financial problems does not lie in cannibalizing our local services. It's just not going to solve our problems. The answer does not lie in taking our library away from our youth, cutting our senior services, closing our firehouses, damaging our ambulance corps, cutting our police protection, damaging our infrastructure, making building renovations more difficult than they have to be. It's time for us to join together and demand, frankly, that we get help from outside of town. The federal and state governments have to change their policies. That really is the only solution to the problems that we have as town residents. We can't be the world's cop anymore. We just can't do it. We can't cut taxes on the rich and expect towns like ours to survive. So we have to join together and protect our local government,
Dr.
not
Harris.
take it apart.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please fund fully the rest of 2014. When you consider the 2015 budget, do it thoughtfully, openly, and on time.
Does anyone else wish to comment? The budget hearing is now closed.
Clarification on the process now.
Mhm.
We're talking about the budget.
The introduced budget.
The introduced budget. At the last council meeting, there were two voted on resolutions, I guess, or
Mhm.
motions. Are those two motions now on this agenda?
No, they actually have to be introduced and amended.
You're now discussing the introduced budget at this particular, the hearings, have you closed the hearing?
The hearing's closed.
The hearing's closed. Now council has to decide, are you voting on the introduced budget? And if you're not voting on the introduced budget, if you want to amend the budget, you have to propose an amendment, and depending what that amendment is, whether or not it could be considered tonight, it depends what the motion is and what line items are affected.
But I'm confused. I thought we proposed the amendment at the last meeting where we made a motion and we had a roll call.
No, you can't amend the budget except tonight. What you did last meeting, and it was only one number, you instructed the manager.
No, it was two numbers.
It was two. Well, there was some discussion, the vote was taken on 1,700,000 and change.
And the vote was taken on 9 and a quarter.
I think you'll find, if you look at the minutes, that the 1,700,000 superseded the 9, but I might be wrong.
I don't know what the word, I know what the word superseded means. Are you saying that the 1.7 canceled out the earlier vote?
I believe that was the case, and I think that was the manager's understanding. And I think what you have tonight is a proposed amendment with the original cuts of 1,700,000 and change, right? And I think the manager may have come up with another recommended cut, but anything other than those two items would delay the adoption of the budget. And
anything
a
other
vote,
than which two items?
The $925,000 as well as the $1.8 million.
No, not the 925. 1.7. Well, I believe the manager has another recommended.
Yeah.
I think you should.
I'm sorry. If I still have the phone on my Madam Mayor. I'm still very confused. Who said it's superseded? Just by the fact that a higher number was proposed, so it knocked out the lower number?
Okay. I don't have the minutes right in front of me, but my understanding.
No, because I just want to make it clear, because what you're saying.
The council discussed a number of numbers. It started with, I think, a $300,000 from Councilman Pruitt. There was a $900,000, and then it turned out to be $1,730,000 and change.
So just for clarity,
What action are you looking for?
Oh, I think what's happening is that by not having all three options on the table, it handicaps this council.
You have all three options. You have whatever options you want to put on the table. You have to deal with them.
Because the amendment can only take place tonight, the actual official amendment.
You have to deal with it one at a time.
Can I have a point of order?
So you've had a hearing on the introduced budget.
Correct.
You should see if you have votes to pass that introduced budget. Okay. If the budget fails, someone should then propose an amendment. And you could make that amendment as to whatever number you want. If the number is 1.7 1.7 with all the cuts that the manager made, then the hearing has to be adjourned so that the resolution can be prepared and advertised. It has to be advertised because of the amount of the money. So there's no confusion. Vote the first budget up or down. If it's up, if you have 4 votes to pass it, it passes. So if you don't have it up, then you put forth whatever amendment you want, whether it's 1.7, 2 million, or $2.
So what was the 1.7 and the 9 and the 9 and a
was
quarter?
direction to the manager to make the cuts. Where would you make the cuts, Mr. Manager? You put it on the table for the manager to make the cuts. He came back and said, if you don't pass the original budget and you want to cut 1.7, here are my recommendations. You don't have to accept his recommendations. Councilman Castle has other recommendations. So you're not at any disadvantage. The hearing was scheduled. You have to have it. The process is 100% correct. Don't confuse it. Vote the hearing up or down. If you have 4 votes, it passes.
What was the 9 and a quarter motion?
Let me, can I speak something on Mr. Katz?
Madam Mayor.
Apparently,
Wait,
I was at
can
the
I
meeting.
have order?
I was at the meeting, so I can.
Dr. Pruitt, Councilman Hamaduddin.
Thank you. Okay. I would like to introduce the adopted budget with the following amendments. Take out $250,000 from the Bergen County Utilities Authority, and to take out the $70,000 for the park rangers. If I could have a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Now, that is a motion that the manager prepared a resolution that you have the proper line items. If you have 4 votes for that resolution, the clerk would have to read it in to the record. You could pass that this evening because it's less than 10% on those particular line items. So if that's the motion, which it is, it should be read into the record.
The amendment has to be read in full into the record before voting.
Who has it? We'll read it. If you give it to us, we'll read it into the record. Let me have it, Jamie.
Stanley, can I just make a clarification? Because I don't want there to be an assumption. This document, this is not a comprehensive list of it's not all or nothing here. It's, in presenting this, the idea was that we'd have an opportunity to have an up or down vote on specific line items and go from there.
And you can do that. If that's what you want to do, you can do that. And it may not be able to be passed tonight in the form of a budget, but if this resolution is passed...
But we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Could you read?
Let me read what the motion is. Amend the budget by $320,000. Whereas the local municipal budget for the year 2014 was approved on the 15th day of July 2014. Whereas the public hearing on said budget was held as advertised, and whereas it is desired to amend said approved budget, now therefore be approved by the mayor and council of the Township of Teaneck, County of Bergen, that the attached amendments to the approved budget of 2014 be made. And I'm going to read the entire attachment. General revenues, amount to be raised by taxes for support of the municipal budget. A, local tax for municipal purposes, including reserves for uncollected taxes. From the introduced budget, $53,606,842.66 to Budget Amendment 1, $286,842.66. C, minimum library tax, $1,732,615.42 from the introduced budget to Budget Amendment 1. The number is the same, $1,732,615.42. Total amount to be raised by taxes for support of the municipal budget from the introduced budget, $55,339,458.08 to Budget Amendment Number 1, $55,019,458.08. Total general revenue from the introduced budget, $70,859,314.90 to Budget Amendment Number 1, $70,539,314.90. General appropriations, operations within caps, police, salary and wages, $12,809,151.55 from the introduced budget. 2, budget amendment number 1, $12,739,151.55. Total operations within cap, 48 from introduced budget, $48,887,208.08. 2, budget amendment number 1, it's $48,817,208.08. Total operations including contingent with caps, details, salary and wages from the introduced budget, $48,907,208.08. 2, budget amendment number 1, $48,837,208.08. Details, salary and wages, $33 million from the introduced budget, $33,509,153.08. 2, budget amendment number 1, $33,439,153.08. Other expenses including contingent from the introduced budget, $15,398,045. 2, budget amendment number 1, $15,398,045. No cents. Total general appropriations for municipal purposes within cap from the introduced budget, $55,769,264.45. 2, budget amendment number 1, $55,699,264.45. Operations excluded from caps, Bergen County Utility Authority sewer service charge from the introduced budget, $4,400,000. 2, budget amendment number 1, $4,150,000. Total other operations excluded from caps, $7 million from the introduced budget, $7,744,419. 2, budget amendment number 1, $7,494,419. Total operations excluded from cap from the introduced budget, $7,894,382.27. 2, budget amendment number 1, $7,644,382.27. Details, salary and wages, $1 million from the introduced budget, $1,936,619. 2, budget amendment number 1, $1,936,619. Other expenses from the introduced budget, $5,957,763.27. 2, to budget amendment number 1, $5,707,763.27. Total general appropriations for municipal purposes excluded from caps from introduced budget, $11,496,342.06. 2, budget amendment number 1, $11,246,342.06. Subtotal general appropriations, 67 from introduced budget, $67,265,606.51. 2, budget amendment number 1, $66,945,606.51. Total general appropriations from the introduced approved budget, $70,859,314.90. 2, budget amendment number 1, $70,539,314.90.
Can we have a roll call?
Is this amendment available to the public, and is there a public hearing?
Dr. Powers, you're way out of line. No, there is not a hearing on the amendment.
Can we have a, is it available to the public?
Would you like a copy?
Be it further resolved that 2 certified copies of this resolution be filed forthwith in the Office of the Director of Local Government Services for their certification of the initial municipal budget so amended. It's hereby certified that this is a true copy of the resolution amending the budget adopted by the governing body on the 12th day of August 2014. So if you, the motion on the floor is to pass this proposed amended budget, which first you vote on the amendment, then you vote on the amended budget.
So what's the total?
$320,000 consisting of, I believe, $70,000
For the park rangers.
For the park rangers and $250,000 from the BCAU. So that's the motion that you're voting on.
Sure. Roll call.
Councilmember Castle.
I need to ask a question about all these numbers that we just read. I need to ask a question because I'm not going to fake the funk up here. I'm going to ask a question. When it comes to voting on this amendment, can we add amendments on to what is proposed here?
No.
It would have to be defeated and a new motion would have to be introduced. If you vote this amendment, then you're voting on, then you vote the budget with this amendment. If you vote if you don't want this amendment, if you want to add things to the amendment, you have to defeat the amendment and propose a new amendment, which could include that at that point.
In this particular budget, because I think the public probably has even less clarity since they don't have the document in front of them, and I'm sitting here doing the math, I see $145,000 for police salaries. Yes, it's a question. It's a question. I want to make sure that I'm clear before I spend your money, sir. For the police line item under salaries, there's a reduction of $145,000. Correct?
Mr. Castle, we're in a roll call.
I understand, Mayor, but if you want me to just haphazardly throw out a vote, as has been done in the past, I'm not going to do that.
So then vote
I'd
no.
like some clarity.
So vote no or abstain.
No.
Councilmember Hamidine.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz.
No.
Councilmember Pruitt.
Yes.
Councilmember Schwartz.
I'm going to make a comment afterwards, but vote yes in the interim.
Councilmember Sloan.
No.
Mayor.
Yes. Councilman.
Can we comment now?
Wait, the next procedure is to vote the amended budget.
It's a separate vote. You've now moved an amendment, okay? That's now been passed, right? What has not yet been done is a vote on the budget as amended. That's the next one.
I would just say, my understanding with the manager and the CFO, the only changes from this amended budget to the introduced budget is reducing $70,000, which was in the budget for the park rangers, and reducing $250,000 from the line item that was for the BCUA. No other changes were made to the budget. That's the intent.
I understand the intent, but I have a tremendous problem with hearing residents speak for an hour to discuss about their issues, their recommendations, their ideas about the budget, and then to have a document that is shoved under our noses at 11:15 without being shared with the public, without a single word of discussion by the council as to any other possibilities. I think we failed. I mean, this does not go back to July 29th. This does not go back to January 1st. This goes back for years. And I think we need to have an open, honest discussion about the way that we fund this township. And I think this is exactly the wrong way to pass a budget at 11:15 at night without any discussion.
Councilman Schwartz.
I think the term is everything happens for a reason, and this is my second budget that I'm working on, and the last 8-9 months have been an incredible learning experience, something I hope I'd have the privilege to work on for many years to come. It was a hard decision, and we've heard people I must have spoken to at least in person 60 to 70 residents in the last 5 or 6 days, dozens and dozens by email literally every single day, and it was a hard vote, but one that I am comfortable voting on today, knowing that in approximately 8 weeks we're going to begin the 2015 budget, and that's a budget that we can no longer use that excuse. It's 11:15 at night. It's 8 months late. It's 6 months late. The state's going to come over. It's a budget that we need to take everything we've discussed, everything we've learned over these last 6 months, and put to work. I commend Councilman Castle for the handouts that you gave and something we reviewed in detail and studied these last few days. It's something that I want to put to work, as mentioned, in next year's budget in 2 months from now. I think to the township residents, what they've realized is that everything comes at a cost. The costs outlined were way too much for me from the services presented. One thing Dr. Harris did mention is that number is actually tax deductible. It's a little bit less, but I still think there's a lot of work that could be done. The padding, which is a very bad word, I'd like to see that number cleaned up and get better numbers there. We've heard reasons why it is there, why reasons it shouldn't be there, and we need to. The exercise may not result in anything better for next year, but I think we actually can. I think we have the time now to work on it. And we need to start talking about cuts and adjustments, and that includes dispatch, for example. The dispatch savings was about $450,000. But more importantly, on the tour of the facility, the captain in charge will tell you it's not about savings. It's about better product. And I believe, and I hope our chiefs and our unions believe, that the product they offer will be better. To our police union representative here today, I've always stood by and supported the police department for all their hard work. I want to see that dispatch savings, fire and police, so we can keep our uniforms, keep our guys on the road, not spend the money on the, I think, $700,000 in upgrading to equipment, and not spend it on hiring more dispatchers, but spending it on boots on the ground, to use that expression, in your honor. Just an example, by the way, the dispatch center will offer our current dispatchers if they qualify the right to be working there first, so our people will still know our streets. And to use the example of Maple Avenue and Maple Street, you'd never need to know the difference. The number sequence says it all. So no one's going to the wrong house, no matter who's dispatching. You can dispatch Maple out of Alaska. You're going to the right house. So I thank everyone. I thank the residents for coming out to all the meetings and for the constant input. And I look forward to putting this budget behind us and you putting it to work immediately for the next year's budget.
Sure. I just wanted.
You need to vote on it.
I know that a vote. Deputy Mayor wants to make a comment.
All right. This was a very interesting night and a very interesting process, and I appreciate all the hard work that everybody did, the manager and the staff, and even the council, regardless of where you feel the final number should end. The reality is that you have 7 members on the council here. You got staff that at the end of the day want to try to do what's best for the community. Honestly, I don't know. We just can't agree on what that number is as far as the best. What I do know is that we're in a reval year. We're going to have a very strong impact on many of the residents in this community. And you know what? The extra money that it may be adding to the budget may be, for some, not a lot of money. I think someone else mentioned it, that adding that to what you're already paying is a lot of money. I know that most of my neighbors are anywhere between, and that's the neighbors on my block, anywhere between $12,000 and $17,000 a year in taxes on their home, and that's more than just some McDonald's once a week. You know, and I feel the pain. I really do. I feel it personally, and I feel it for my neighbors, and I feel it for everybody in this room that is struggling to try to pay these bills. And I think that's the same feeling that everybody here on the council feels. And that's why it's taken so long to pass a budget. That's why it's been such a chaotic process, because we can't agree. We all want the services to continue. We do have an amazing DPW. We do have a great police department. We do have a fantastic fire department. I've been with all 3 of those services on the front lines during emergencies. We have, great library. I mean, I have to go through all of the departments, the rec senior center for the youth, and no one wants to give up that little piece that we're paying for, what they're enjoying. When I see these vacant positions, I don't look at it as that we're spending the money this year. I look at it as we're making an obligation to the residents of this town for 20 to 25 years. That's why I constantly try to fight to come up with a hiring freeze, not because we don't need these people, but because I don't want to hurt these people. I don't want to bring them on, and next year we give them an unstable work environment by deciding, okay, should we get rid of them? Should we keep them? That's not the way to properly treat the employees, and it's not the way to properly treat the residents who the employees are serving. So I'm not going to support the number because it looks like it does have the support already to pass. I would like to see a higher number, especially since the vacant positions, I'm not interested in seeing those filled. But this is my position, and I do thank everyone who was involved in this process for all your hard work. And I know there was some high emotions tonight. I know there was finger pointing. Listen, the reality is we can say whatever we want to say about the Rhoda Center, but we turned to the Recreation Department and we turned to all the department heads and said, please present us cuts. The Recreation Department supervisor didn't say, I found you the cuts, and it's in the Police Department. She said, I found you the cuts, and this is where I can possibly find it in my line. We're not happy about it, and it was very good that the mayor, before her opening speech, tried to reduce, as a public body, reduce the tensions by making it clear that this wasn't the council's intentions, nor would the council support it. And I know that each one of us privately in the last week and a half sent the same message to the residents. Unfortunately, we have to go through this exercise. This is how the sausage is being made. We're here trying to fight for every single taxpayer and the residents to try to make sure that you can continue to afford to live in this town. We just can't always agree on what that number is. So, thank you.
I just want to basically say that it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act of trying to determine where we can cut and what services we want to continue to provide. As I've indicated many times, no matter what area you decide to look at to cut, you will have whatever constituency in here lobbying against that cut. Cuts have consequences. When $6.2 million was cut from the budget, people say that the Board of Ed survived, but they survived at what cost? They lost 40-something employees. They lost 40 employees. They lost wonderful programs that they would like to be able to offer to the students. Cuts have consequences. I did not support the $1.7 million cut. I didn't support the $925,000 cut. I wasn't here during that budget hearing. What I will say is that those cuts were voted upon, and it's easy to point fingers at the manager and say that he did it and was retaliating towards the public, which I very much doubt that he was, but never once after that vote was taken did you say this is off limits or that's off limits. So I think we all need to take part in whatever role we played in this process. The management of this town had to be prepared should those cuts have taken place. Press releases were sent out proud of the cuts that were made, not even knowing where the money was coming from.
You're wrong.
Yes, it was.
No, I'm saying you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Speak for yourself, Mayor.
I'm not wrong.
But you're wrong.
I am not wrong.
Can I just say one thing? I'll just say one thing. One thing is that, as you can see, Teaneck is a very difficult town to govern sometimes. And I was hoping after, that this next budget process and lining up behind our mayor would have made it a lot easier. But it's not usually the case that that's the way it works. In election years, it's very hard to pass a budget. Nobody wants to increase taxes in a budget year. Then they want to be fiscal conservatives, and then at the same time, deliver all the services. I think Joe Harris nailed it on the head about all the problems that we have in our town, as well as the cost effectiveness of what we are going through. If those numbers are correct, I didn't look at them. But I think let's all work together, put this vote behind us, and let's not grandstand when we lose. Well, I'm sure I'll be on the losing end of a couple of 4-3 votes or 5-2 votes or whatever. But let's realize that, we can disagree without being disagreeable. We can point fingers as lot as we want, but that's not going to serve our residents, and it's not going to serve what we're elected here to do. So I know we have a roll call. I don't know when we're going to vote, but I hope we vote soon.
Sure, roll call.
May I have a moment since everyone?
You'll take your moment regardless of you have it or not, so just go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Got to call a question before you have a roll call.
You have a motion to pass,
Councilman Castle.
there's a motion on the table to pass the budget as amended. That's what you need a roll call vote. Councilman Castle wanted to make a comment, I believe. That's
I've simply just gone down and looked at the difference in the dollar amounts. And I don't think that there's anybody up here who can confidently say what $145,000 is coming out of, or where $300,000 is being added. Yes, this is a frustrating process. Mayor, the reason I said that you were wrong is because I actually provided detail for those cuts. The reason I said you were wrong is because I met with the manager, had conversations with the manager, emailed the manager 7 times since the last meeting, and made these recommendations. So to say that a press release went out and it was, no. We took action to have a conversation. If we should not be hiring an assistant construction official, we should say we should not hire an assistant construction official. If we're not hiring civilian dispatchers, we should say that. I don't understand why we can't simply have an up or down vote on the line items that were presented so that the public is clear and so that every member of council is clear. Because right now, not everyone is clear.
I think it's very clear.
I mean, we cannot, we're not borrowing from surplus. We cannot budget saying that there's $300,000 in surplus. Right now, it goes into surplus because it's in that line item that we're looking at on this page, whether it's the park ranger. Can we budget for surplus?
No.
Okay.
Are we borrowing for surplus? Are we borrowing from surplus?
Because it's from that line item, Jason. Jason, it's
I
in
would
that
like
line.
to call the question, roll call.
Motion.
I'll make the
Adopt
motion.
amendment.
No,
This is the second.
Who's first to say? You need a first.
Councilman Hamidine made the motion. Dr. Pruitt seconded
To
it.
vote the budget as introduced, as amended by Amendment 1, which I read into the record.
Can you make the motion just for the record again? So
I'd like
there's
to
no
make the
question.
motion to adopt the amended budget with a cut of $320,000, $250,000 from the BCUA, and $70,000 from the park rangers to be removed.
Councilmember Castle?
No.
Councilmember Hamidine?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz?
No.
Councilmember Pruitt? Councilmember Schwartz?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
No.
Mayor?
Yes.
Budget is voted.
The budget is passed as amended. I would like to authorize... Sure.
You want to take a 5-minute recess, or I got it.
Okay. I'd like to authorize the, well, does the council need a recess? Okay.
Yes.
No. Do you need a recess?
I'd appreciate one, yes.
Can we take a 5-minute recess? We still have good and welfare and the Cedar Lane Management Group hearing.
And in this quarter, agreement we have.
Ellie, we tried.
Can all council members please return to the dais? Cedar Lane. Huh? No, I'm fine.
Oh, has the music playing?
What I want is not here. I'd like to authorize the clerk to read the 2014 Cedar Lane Special Improvement District budget.
2014 Cedar Lane Special Improvement District budget.
I'd like to open up the hearing. I'd like to open up the hearing for the Cedar Lane Special Improvement District budget. Mr. Rose.
Howard Rose. Thank you, by the way, for redirecting me last time I spoke. When you have a lot of notes and a lot of thoughts, it's sometimes wrong timing. At any rate, regarding Cedar Lane Improvement District, I have some thoughts regarding that, which are, we have a budget. I'm not sure even what the budget is in dollar amount total, whether it's more or less than last year. But what my concern is regarding the budget, regardless of what it is that even if it is the same budget, you have less participants in the group, since we've now had council exclude, rightfully so, a number of participants on Cedar Lane from making payments to that because they're really not involved in the process of business. They're involved in apartment houses, etc., which means you have diminished numbers making payment in tax towards that budget, which means that each of them who remains is paying more out of pocket for an annual basis. So with that in mind, I hope that there's a commensurate decrease in the amount of overall cost in the budget that you're contemplating, so as to be fair and equitable to those who are still participating in the Cedar Lane program.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Dr. Powers.
This council talks incessantly about economic development. Just talks and talks and talks, and I think I understand Dr. Pruitt's frustration. He's been pointing out for a very long time that there's 100 properties, and there's all kinds of discussions about why nothing can be done. This township needs a concerted economic development effort, and frankly, the only thing you do about it is approve a budget that you tax a few people on Cedar Lane with. So, I'm talking to the budget. The budget is irrelevant to the economic development needs of this township. And this township has got to be about the process of getting a few people together and thinking more creatively how to pick up the elements, tie them together, and then, for heaven's sakes, get the courage to direct your manager to do something about it. Because you've been talking incessantly for 3 years, and all you do is pass the Cedar Lane management budget. That doesn't add money. You are in the process, folks, you must know, of significantly losing your tax base. The reason that 5.7% was in there is you keep on losing that. We may get a little rise back, but you can take a look at the housing values. They're not climbing back out fast. And we will have a little struggle around the whatever comes in the reval. But you've got to take the idea that will lay behind the Cedar Lane budget and its processes and figure out how that becomes a creative effort to actually do something and not just incessantly talk about it. It won't happen in a single year, folks. That's not going to make a difference to the 2015 budget. Might be a little bit in terms of those houses that Dr. Pruitt wants to sell. But what? But you've got to figure out ways of tying those things together through a strategic plan that delivers what you talk about. How many of you were not elected on that as what you? It was the main tenet of what Mark Schwartz was about. I'm really glad to hear that he's about the process of trying to start this 2015 budget immediately, because that's what he said originally he was going to be about. We've got to be on with that. We've got to figure out how it is to do what the Cedar Lane Management Group needs to do in a way that's affordable for them. I'm not leaving the budget issue. But I'm also not leaving the fact that we heard a discussion from Mr. Schwartz, which I think, from what I can tell, is true. It's likely we would get better dispatching. There are ways to get the same or better level of services and save extraordinary amounts of money. And we've got to find those out, and we've got to tie that to a capacity to attract businesses, to a group of people who want to sit down with our managers, sit down with our attorneys, sit down with our CFOs, sit down with our building department, sit down with our tax assessor, and figure out what it is that would actually constitute development. And if they don't encounter a capability there to do that, it'll never happen. Thank you.
Anyone wish to comment? Anyone else wish to comment on Cedar Lane Management Group? The hearing is now closed. Deputy Mayor?
You know, if it's okay with you, can we let Councilman Son go first? Only because I had a question for the manager.
Sure. Councilman Son?
Last Tuesday morning, going to some of the comments that both the commenters, Howard Rose and Chuck Powers, made. Last Tuesday morning, Councilman Castle and I had an opportunity to meet with Adam Brown, who is not only a property owner here in Teaneck, who owns a property that on Cedar Lane that has been largely sitting vacant for years. It may be decades. It may have spent most of the past, certainly the ground floor space, has spent a tremendous amount of time vacant. There are a tremendous number of spaces on Cedar Lane that are vacant. We lost Manor Shoes, which is just indicative of the problem we have. I'm not sure that Zumba classes in the Chestnut Street Plaza are solving the problem. And I think we need to have a much broader perspective on how we can reinvigorate business on Cedar Lane. I think that Adam Brown, if you read on some of the work that Englewood has been doing in its Economic Development Corporation, has been just much more farsighted in leveraging the resources of organizations within the city, organizations and local government, state government, in bringing resources into the city of Englewood. And it is very disappointing to look at this budget and to say, is this investment of $180,000 bringing anything to Cedar Lane? Is it making Cedar Lane better? Is it making Teaneck better? And I think we need to do a lot more thought in thinking about how we spend this money, how we tax businesses, and I'm not sure that it brings a return, a positive return, to many, if any, of the businesses on Cedar Lane.
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, sorry. Mr. Manager, how much did you say the repairs to Cedar Lane were approximately going to cost, the grate repairs and some of the others?
The grate repairs, the grates are approximately $50,000, and the installation of some additional concrete and the installation of the actual grates, total of about $175,000.
The total for a whole project?
Yes, that's the estimate right now.
So here's the reason I ask. I see that in the budget for Cedar Lane, they're paying back the initial money that was spent to do these repairs and the replacements and enhancements of Cedar Lane. Is that correct?
Yep, they're paying back a loan.
Why is it not the responsibility of the Cedar Lane Improvement District to continue the maintenance of these items that they're paying for? I mean, why did the entire township of Teaneck absorb or will absorb those costs? Like, why can't we say, listen, it's Cedar Lane, you have in your line item to pay back the repairs, we're going to fix this up and you should be paying it back?
I would, that was before my tenure. I would have to defer that to Mr. Terrence, if he can add to that.
I can look at what the original agreement was.
I'm not asking about what the past, what the past decision was 10 years ago, whatever it was, or what the past agreement was. I mean, I'm just asking, like, doesn't that make sense? Like common sense. You pay for grates one time. Obviously, no one likes to pay twice, but it's part of your budget to continue to pay for these. We'll fix it, but we want Cedar Lane to absorb it as opposed to all the taxpayers paying for it. That's a
think it's
suggestion.
something we should look at.
If I was a Cedar Lane merchant, I would ask for a refund for what I paid for those grates.
And I understand that, and rightfully they should. I mean, if it's under warranty or if it's past warranty, I mean.
Yeah, the grates, we looked at the grates, they're past warranty.
Right.
They're not very good grates. They're all rusted. The rubber's coming off of them. They're finished. We are looking at a totally different grate that's, like a cast grate that'll last forever.
So my point is, I don't disagree that it's a raw deal, that those grates should not have to be replaced, in my opinion, after 10 or 12 or 15 years, whatever the number was. I've had to do that at my house sometimes. I've had to repaint or fix something on my car after I brand new or whatever it was. I paid just the money recently. My comment is that I don't think the taxpayers as a whole in Teaneck should have to absorb that cost. It should have to go into this category. And that's my request, that we do the repairs and we speak to them, maybe meet with them. We don't just surprise them, but we meet with them if council's in agreement and says, listen, you have it in your budget to pay back loans to the town. We can work something out where maybe we'll pay for it and then have them pay it back, if the council's not in an agreement with that.
I think we need to look at what the agreement was first.
I think I understand what the council
and
is. We'd have
explore
to
it,
look into
yes.
that, whether we could force them to do that, Councilman. We could look into it if that's the direction of the council.
Okay.
One of the things when we talk about economic development, and I really have to commend then Mayor Katz and Deputy Mayor at that time, was at Parker, was for looking at the master plan in 2006 and looking at areas of development. And in 2006, it's now 2014, the big issue was density. And if you're looking at developing Cedar Lane and looking at doing things that they have in Englewood, then you're going to have to go further than 8 units per acre of what our density requirements are right now. As a town then, I think we all said that if we don't make this decision then decisions are going to be made for us. And now we're in that position 6 years later where the people who fought against those developments are now coming back here and asking for those developments. In terms of Mr. Brown's property, he's at $20 a square foot. If you had 10,000 square feet, that's the problem on Cedar Lane. So when people want, Louis to become another restaurant at 10,000 square foot, who's going to put $80,000 a month into a place to generate that kind of revenue? Especially in a consumer-driven economy that's taken such a hit, people aren't spending that kind of money anymore. So what we did for Mr. Brown was we changed the requirement so that he could put in medical and office space there, and hopefully he gets somebody, hopefully he doesn't, but he has that option, because those are the types of revenue-generating places that can fill into that blockbuster spot. Maynard Shoes, if he was 10 years younger, he would still be in business. He is just next generation wasn't there for him, and he wanted to retire. As he said, it wasn't a lack of business. He did a great job, but he just wanted to retire and move on to the next phase of his life. So as a council, whether we go in the model of looking at creating a redevelopment agency, or when you talk about Englewood, be very careful, because Cedar Lane is bad enough as it is to go from one side to the other. And on a Saturday on Palisade Avenue to go from Grand Avenue to the Circle, it takes about 20 minutes sometimes driving. And if those are the kinds of the kinds of issues that people would like to build here, then that's a community-wide discussion. Also, if we're going to look at Teaneck Road, we have to go higher than 24 feet. It's not going to get it done at 24 feet. And in the 6 years that I've been on council, I have yet to see somebody come back and say, you want to know something? Today's the day we move from 24 feet to 60 feet so that we could put this in. Everybody wants development, but nobody actually says what kind of development that they want, because as we all know, it has to make sense. Construction cost is $200 a square foot. You have to put 30% down. You have to get financing, and then it has to make pro forma sense for that developer to put the money in. Now, we've had successes in Teaneck. We've had stuff go through 2 developments, one on Palisade Avenue, one on Palisade Avenue, one on State Street, and one over by Dairy Queen, East Fort Lee Road. And we've kind of, in the last, because this is what the community wants, is by variance, we've allowed to have development done, so that there's still a board that can say this is too much or this is too little, or this is what we want here, and we think this is appropriate. So, look, I'm open to ideas, but I think that we need to have a historical perspective of the same people who are calling for economic development right now were the same people in 2006 and 2007 saying you're changing the character of our town.
Council, do you have a comment?
Just to echo the sentiments of Councilman Sone, it was a very insightful meeting that we had with Mr. Brown, but what was even more insightful than the meeting that we shared with Mr. Brown was a meeting that I had with the CFO of Inglewood about some of their revenue-generating ideas. And we heard it as we were eating breakfast earlier this week. We are a township that isn't even grasping some of the low-hanging fruit to generate revenue. For things like parking meters, where in the city of Inglewood they're generating $400,000 a year on parking meters, and that's something that we haven't done. When it comes to development,
We considered it. I remember that meeting.
Yeah.
Back in 2006, it was considered.
It was
And
considered.
maybe because somebody was mayor, that's the only reason why it didn't go down, why it wasn't approved. So hopefully now, things change, and now automatically everybody says it's a good idea.
Let's hope. We had a very interesting conversation about pilot programs that they're doing in Inglewood, and pilot programs allow them to collect pilot program fees that go directly to the township as revenue, and that is not revenue that has to be. It's not considered a tax. It's revenue that goes towards development. I think that there's a lot more that we can do. I'm optimistic that we as a new council are going to have the conversations around development and actually develop a vision for the township and execute on that vision.
Roll call. I make the motion to move the Cedar Lane Management Group.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Castle?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamidine?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz? Yes. Councilmember Pruitt? Councilmember Schwartz?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor?
I make a motion. I'm sorry. I'm a little batty. It's midnight. I'd like to open up the meeting to Good and Welfare. This is the opportunity where the public can comment on any part of the agenda. Prior to doing so, I just would like to make a motion to withdraw Resolution S and make a roll call on that. It was seconded by Deputy Mayor.
Councilmember Castle?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamidine?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwartz? Oh, I'm sorry, Pruitt. Councilmember Schwartz?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone? Mayor?
Yes. Before I open up Good and Welfare, there's one additional resolution, add Resolution Y, which is to add a special meeting on August 26, 2014, at 6 p.m.
Second.
Did we agree to that? 6 is too early. 7 p.m. to adopt a resolution authorizing council to enter into closed session to discuss development with our attorney.
I second it already.
7 p.m.
7 p.m., August 26th. Legal issues concerned, there was one other item.
I thought there was also going to be a presentation that would be done publicly that would not be on some of our options. There's no public
No,
involvement.
closed
Okay.
session. But there was another item. What was the other item? To meet with the chief of police to discuss security. Yes, which is also a closed session item.
You're going to open the meeting at 7 o'clock, go into closed session to discuss 2 closed session items, and no action will be taken thereafter.
Yes.
Okay, but there still has to be, you still have to have a public portion session at every public meeting.
Yes, to open up, yes. To meet with the police chief to deal with litigation is the appropriate. So now I'd like to open up the meeting to the public. Okay, I'm going to go with someone who hasn't spoken yet, Larry Bauer.
Mayor? Do you want a roll call on adding the resolution?
Oh, do we need one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just in case.
So do we need it to add a resolution?
Well, you have a motion and a second on the floor.
Do we need a roll call? Okay.
All right, Councilmember Castle,
Can you tell me what I'm voting on, Jamie?
we're adding a resolution to add a special meeting on the 26th of August at 7 o'clock to discuss litigation development. in closed
Yes.
session. Okay. Councilmember Hamidine?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Gett?
Yes.
Councilmember Pruitt?
Yes.
Councilmember Schwartz?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
It's my wife's birthday, but I guess we'll celebrate afterwards. So say yes.
Mayor?
Shame on you. Yes. It won't be this late, I promise you.
Good evening. My name is Larry Bauer, 40-year resident in Teaneck, and quite proud to be a Teaneck resident. Regardless of how the taxes go, having come from New York, this is nirvana. We really have it all. We have a lot of resources. I have two handouts that I would like to pass over to you. Both of these were actually presented at our Chamber's Candidates Forum. First one deals with Morristown's National Historic Park, and this is something that through the Chamber we're attempting to introduce here in Teaneck, doing historic tourism. And I'm just going to read one small portion. A new National Park Services report shows that 294,606 visitors to Morristown National Historic Park in 2012 spent $15,853,100 in communities near the park. That spending supported 188 jobs in the local area. We have Newbridge Landing. We have a whole host of other resources right in our community, and hopefully now the Greenway. In reaching out to a business that's actually further south of us, I found out that there's a whole Greenway association along the northeast. Our Greenway at that time was not recognized, so hopefully now we're going to be a part that we introduced to this whole group, and making it ADA compliant is certainly going to fall in very nicely with heritage tourism in Teaneck, and we have a committee that's working on it. It's being chaired by past president of the Bergen County Historical Society, Kevin Wright, who some of you, or most of you, probably already know and have heard him speak. The other thing that was introduced was what West Orange Chamber of Commerce is doing. By supporting local businesses, people would be able to accumulate a credit towards their property tax. So by promoting business within Teaneck, we will be helping ourselves. And I think this is something very important. One of the things that the Teaneck businesses do, they support our houses of worship, our various community activities in their fundraising activities. It's important that our communities support our businesses. You go to the major malls, they don't give back to our community. When I met with the Teaneck Junior Advisory Board, our youth don't really want to work in the malls. They want to work here in our community. So if we support our local businesses need to employ folks, and hopefully they'll work with the forum. We try and work very closely with the forum. With regard to the Chamber is more like a marketing arm. We've got 5 different business districts in the township of Teaneck, and we encourage that each district promote its own identity, because each one has its own flavor. But the individual business districts need to be able to cross-promote the other districts. You know, like right now, you've got like Cedar Lane Management. I'm on that as a resident. But they concentrate too much on Cedar Lane. They don't give the opportunity to promote outside, because not everything is located right on Cedar Lane. You have businesses that are located on Teaneck Road, West Englewood, DeGraw, Queen Anne. And what we try and do is encourage the businesses that they have to work closer together. You know, one of my favorite saying is there's never competition, there's always opportunities. And I'm hoping that with the council, I know we've worked together on many occasions, that we can work together a lot more and be able to get some of these programs in place, because I think it'll be a great boost to Teaneck. We have a lot of good resources, a lot of opportunities, and I think this will play very nicely into a lot of what's going on with the budget talks. Thank you.
Mr. Irwin?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, residents of Teaneck. I am not from Teaneck. I'm from Englewood, New Jersey. I currently live in Hackensack. Of course, we know Teaneck is in the middle of both towns. I heard a lot of talk about Englewood and some things that Englewood has done over the last several years. I come today to ask the council to pass an ordinance that Englewood passed last month. They passed an ordinance to raise the minimum age to buy tobacco products from 18 to 21. It's the only municipality in New Jersey to do so, and there are several other in the whole country, only a few. The reason I ask is for a couple of reasons. One, we know that folks in Englewood, if they couldn't go to Englewood to buy such products, they'd come right up to 7-Eleven up the road to go to purchase in Teaneck. And so I have come to you today to ask not only this council, but I'll be going to the council in Hackensack, where I reside, also to do the same. So I have emailed each one of you, aside from the city manager. I have a copy of the resolution, if we need to see that. In that email, there's also a young lady, a director of GASP. So it was an organization that works with municipalities and for educational purposes. Some might say that if you're 18, you can serve our country, you can vote. That makes you an adult. Those things are true, but as far as health is concerned, as with alcohol, people say that the health risks supersede the age too. So I think that we should all be in lockstep together. I don't know if some residents know, if the council knows, we used to call this area the Tri-Town, Englewood, Teaneck, and Hackensack. It's really one community because we have so many similarities, so I would ask that you do so. I also come for the last reason because I'm a son of a mother who worked at Englewood Hospital Medical Center for 45 years, worked on the oncology floor. Oncology is related to folks that have cancer. I've met many people that have since passed away. We all know the health-related issues we involved with smoking firsthand and secondhand, and we also know that folks usually take on those habits at a young age. Some might say that passing this ordinance won't stop young folks from doing what they want to do. That's true. But I would ask that the council pass this ordinance unanimously to make it harder for folks to take on that habit at such a young age. So I have emailed everyone. If you need any information, any further educational information or programs that are available, I would ask also that the council get with the health department and pass this ordinance, and also look for the health department to do some education in the high school level to prevent young folks from smoking as well. And I thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. As we saw here tonight, it's hard to pass ordinances and make decisions for the people that you serve. Your work goes unnoticed at times. I've been to many council meetings that have lasted in this hour, especially in Englewood. So I applaud you. I applaud the citizens for coming out. And one last thing, there's nothing that you folks on the council or your residents can do alone. We all have our cause. My cause tonight was smoking. But whether you're a senior, you shouldn't just be for the seniors. We have to all be in it together. So everyone has their own cause, but folks should come out more and learn about other people's causes and be involved in their cause as well, so we can all get what we all want together So whatever cuts you have to make, you should kind of do it all together and not do it parts. And I think you'll be more successful. Good evening.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good evening. Natalie Addison from Voorhees Street. First, I just want to commend the council for rescinding the closing of the senior center program. When we did find out about it on Wednesday, I must say it was very stressful, and I hope you removed it from the 2014 budget. Please, I beg you not to put it back as a cut on 2015. So, but I just wanted to thank you all for that. And I'm here also. I was here and I expressed my concern about a parking issue on Voorhees Street. And I was informed that I should get a petition and hopefully the council will be able to work with me. And this is the petition. We, the residents of the first block of Voorhees Street, petition the Township of Teaneck to prohibit parking on Thursday for the purpose of street cleaning. There is a parking issue with commuters who commute to New York City. Therefore, the vehicles being parked all day, which prevent the proper cleaning of the block. We demand that the township implement a course of action to allow proper street cleaning. We would like to thank you in advance for your assistance and cooperation in addressing this issue. Residents of Voorhees Street, thank you.
My name is Barbara Battle, and I've lived at 26 Voorhees Street since 1986. I've called the police department to have people move. When I've torn up parts of my car trying to back out of my drive. And on each side of my house, on each side of my drive, there's enough space on each side to park 3 cars. That's fine. But I put my recyclables out, and people get mad. If one pulls up close to them, the other people pull him back, that person can't get out. You know what they do? They knock it down. I have to go out, pick all of that up. People come, they park, they get in their cars, but they've had their breakfast, drop the garbage I'm constantly picking up. I had the police, I called them just 2 weeks ago. A car was parked there for 6 days. So, you know, the street cleaning is not coming. I've called the township manager's office. In the past, I've had to ask for people to come out. Thanksgiving Eve, leaves are still there. The cars come, they see the pile of leaves, they pull up, they park, and they're gone. Sometimes 2-3 days. I've had a tractor trailer there for 2 days, and nobody can give us any help now. They called, the school bus came through. They had to call the police during the snow. 3 cars had to be towed. Now, this is what I've been going through since 1986. I called police department. I called the township manager. The person that's in charge of parking, I guess, or whatever, he came out the day of the bus. But it's aggravation. And I'm not asking, I know people have to work, and I know it's a public street, and there's nothing much we can do. I've had one lady to tell me, I said, Miss, if you could just give me a little more room so that I could come out. You know what she said? I live in Teaneck too. I said, well, why not park in front of your house? And this is what I'm getting, though. And I would like to be advised as to how we can handle it. And like she said, on Thursday, I would love it even if it was for Thursday for cleaning. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm going through hell with that. Thank you.
Ms. Giddens.
Hope I'm not a babbling idiot at this hour. It's past my bedtime. Joyce Giddens. Oh, God. I wanted to talk about the senior center a little bit. if it's okay. The Rada Center is a thriving activity centerpiece of our township that services toddlers and seniors even in the same day. You can witness a diversified population of youngsters, oldsters, males and females of various races and creeds coming together in one location for the purpose of growth, interaction, health, education, and fun. The overall staff is friendly and highly qualified. In the senior center alone, 500 people are serviced each day by a professional, amiable staff. It is phenomenal that such a variety of classes are offered each semester by a skeletal staff of dedicated people and qualified instructors, some of whom are seniors themselves, and work so beautifully together. I say that just because that's what Teaneck is about and has been about since I've lived here. And that my husband and I are active participants in that. Also, I wanted to talk about revenue. It's so important so that we can not only have a good center, good police department, fire department, what have you. We need to look at all the business districts, just like Larry Bauer said in Teaneck, not just Cedar Lane. Teaneck is composed of the West Englewood section as well, and Teaneck Road is still the gateway of Teaneck, connecting vital points north, south, east, and west. We need to look at changing the zoning on Teaneck Road to accommodate new development. Economic development is throughout the town. It's not just in one section of our town. Let's take a look at Teaneck Road. Let's look at that Verizon building on 1500 Teaneck Road. That needs to have something done with it. We did listen to a new development group that's looking at it, proposing something for it, but I'd like the council to look as well, look a little deeper. Also, I agree with Hamaduddin about the 24-foot zoning needs to be changed. And there's no parking on Teaneck Road. The merchants are having a tough time because there is no parking. So let's look at it again. What my son-in-law came up with a great idea for the senior center. He was thinking, I don't know, I'm all over the place, but maybe there could be some sort of an advertising to help fund that is related to seniors that could help that cause. Also, I was thinking about the new sports complex. Are we using, that's over $4.5 million or whatever, $3.5 million. Are we using outside towns? I mean, do they pay for the services to come to the sports complex? Maybe there's some sort of television games that could be promoted there to make good use of that facility, because it is beautiful, but let's have it pay for itself as well. What else? There's a whole lot of things. I just encourage you to work together so that we can help the town. All right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Giddens. Ms. Sprague? Oh, wait, I went out of order. Ladies first, and I'll get you next.
Thank you. Howard Rose.
Ladies
Oh, I'm sorry.
first.
My hearing is not good. You know that. I'm sorry.
Ms. Sprague.
Ethel Spray. I stand before the council today to ask if you can go back over your codes and your ordinances and make some revised changes. I had came a month or so ago and I was telling you about the dumpster that was on the lawn down off of Bedford Avenue, and the dumpster is still sitting there. They left the things from the home, the yard sale, everything stayed out in the yard. I called the building department, I called the health department, I called the manager's office. We've been calling and calling and calling. So I was told that there was no code or nothing to make the homeowners take the dumpster off of their property because it's right up on their grass. It's been there almost, and my neighbors are with me, about close to 3 months. This is an eyesore to the community. And also, we want to just make sure that we can go around in the neighborhood. We see these old cars, vehicles that are not being moved. They draw rodents, they draw animals, and they're just sitting out in the yards. You know, if the cars are not being driven and they're sitting there year after year after year, it's time to make the people clean up their property. And also, we have an issue with the parking. There's a park behind us. The water is coming up into our yards, and we have the trees that are overgrowing over the fences. You come down Forest Avenue, you see the branches where they're growing out, and you can't see coming down Forest Avenue because the woods, they're just coming out. They're not being maintained. They're not being trimmed back from our fences. Then we have the issue with young people. I don't know where these young people are coming from, but I had to go with my neighbor standing out literally on people's property, rapping to get ready to smoke. I went one day and I literally went over on Circle Driveway. They were standing beside the garage next to the woods, getting ready to smoke. And what they're doing now, they're coming in and they're going into the woods and they're using it as a smoke haven. The police officers here tonight, I was speaking of...
John, get down right now, so I don't forget it.
Oh, okay. And then the other night, Sunday morning, 4 a.m. in the morning, around that time, Circle Driveway again, at the dead end. We need some lighting. They're using the end of the road as a sex haven. The neighbor came out of the house, standing out on the street, and I guess the neighbor was just as shocked as anything, with two people naked making out. Yes, Circle Drive. I'm telling you. And we're beginning to see such an influx of cars, strange cars coming into the neighborhood, a flux of strange people that we know do not live in the neighborhood. So we really, community policing was great when we had it, when it was available. But now things are just getting too far out of hand. And we want to know another thing. Are there boarding houses or halfway houses in our community now that we don't know about? Because there's a lot of strange things that are beginning to happen down in that area. And they need to be addressed before they get any worse. So we're concerned about our surroundings, and we welcome proactive responses. We don't want to wait for something to happen. We also had called the police about a strange man, and the police did come out, sitting there watching our children play and taking pictures. It was reported to the police department. So we have a lot of things that we have to do in this community all over. So we just have to get off of our ego trips and just get things done. And that's it. Thank you all. Have a wonderful night. I'm going home and go to bed.
Mr. Rose?
Thank you, Howard Rose. My coming early was 4 minutes ago, was due to my hearing problem, not to, as is asserted by our attorney, the fact that it's late at night and past my bedtime. I want to point out something. Art Vatsky has been talking to this council for years regarding CSX, potential danger, and the fact that we have an emergency plan that is probably very well detailed, but not necessarily details available to residents. We know that we have an aging tanker problem nationwide. That impacts us. And in today's record, oil shipments coming by the dozen is a lead article on the front page. And I'm going to read to you the caption that came along with that article. Train tanker cars lining the railroad tracks near Cedar Lane in Teaneck. According to documents released by New York State, up to 30 trains carrying potentially explosive crude oil pass along these tracks every week. So the threat is real. This is not something that Art Vatsky said is, yikes, listen to me. It's now documented. So I think a little more attention has to be given by council regarding this situation, and hopefully the manager can get a situation where there's more information available to residents regarding how they are impacted and implemented within an emergency plan program. Surplus. I kept wondering while our auditor was talking of what the impact is in terms of having or not having a AA2 or a AA1 rating. Where's the cost analysis of this? If the rating gets worse and our cost of borrowing for bonding gets higher, what's the pivotal point there that says that one offsets the other, it doesn't offset? It might be better to have a lousier rating, pay a little more money, rather than having a higher tax directly to the residents to pay for a bond. I don't know the answer to that, but there was no cost analysis regarding his statements of impact. Even did mention that the rating is one of several factors affecting us. Now, I'm not saying he's wrong, I'm not saying he's right. All I'm saying is, where's the details? Where's the analysis of what the impact is so that a better decision can be made by council regarding how much surplus they really need? And I want to remind you what an audit is. We got a good audit. A good audit says we are accounting for the money. We're being counting the money correctly. We're within state regulations regarding the money. We're showing exactly where the money is spent according to state mandated regulations. It does not say we're spending the money well. An A-plus audit in this respect isn't saying, well, Teaneck, you have a budget here and this is just terrific. Residents are getting the best services per buck. That's not what an audit does. Regarding revenue, outside revenue. Outside revenue has been a very elusive dream for this town for decades. I regret to say that it's very possible it may remain an elusive dream. Budget containment, though, on the other hand, is something that is under your control. It's something you can tackle and see a result because you're in charge of that. You're not in charge of outside revenue. Regarding Cedar Lane budget, I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago when you first proposed it. You control yes or no for the budget. You don't control how they spend their money. And it's long been time due to see whether it's cost equitable for those who are involved in paying that tax. Are they getting something worth the money they're paying for it? If not, what needs to be changed? Does it need to exist? Regarding the expenditures, regarding everything else. Now, in terms of what their thrust is, when I hear Larry Bauer talk about what they should do for other parts of town, I sympathize with his thoughts but don't agree with them. They're paying the tax on Cedar Lane. The money is directed towards their needs. They're not paying a tax to help DeGraw Avenue or any other area for their development. They have the ability to draw their own source of funds from their own tax revenue if such a thing was imposed upon them or desired by them. Smoking was brought up. Well, you know what? Go whole hog if you want to go on that. I think if you're 18, you deserve the right to decide what you're doing. On the other hand, I wouldn't mind you passing some type of ordinance. Rocklands will kill me for this. No cigarettes in Teaneck should be sold. Maybe that's where we should be going. You want that stuff? Grab it outside of town. Make it a stressful situation to even go buy them in the first place in general.
Thank you, Mr.
Be
Rose.
bold.
Thank you, Mr. Rose.
Ooh, that was too short for me. Thank you, though.
Dr. Rasheen? Do you want to speak? Okay.
Dr. Alex Rasheen, Teaneck. There is something which was wrong with the previous council, and certainly was wrong still with administration, and this is addiction to spending. I even just looked for the name, or just Latin name for that, and was founded, spendidose, addiction to spending. We are told that really, well, any cut, serious cut, like what Councilman Castle suggested, will have consequences for cutting services. Okay, well, I know that the position of Lizette Parker, even during the campaign, was that we have to preserve the benefits that residents are used to. Okay, our residents used to this Olympic Stadium, in Booty Park. Now it's new, it's extra spending, and now we basically authorized hiring rangers to guard this new acquisition. Okay, so the thing is that also the thing is that again I told that the contract was wrong, and there was responsibility of the architect and the manager, and they asked for extra $400,000. Regardless of the fact that there was a position and this bond was not approved today, okay, manager just gave all speed ahead with the building of the connector. Okay, that will just wrong, because again, he should not do anything which he has not approved funds for. So the thing is that if furniture is not bought, furniture can wait. Okay, let them put cable instead. Okay, so to save money, whatever it is, don't finish the second floor. So it's spending. Okay, so we're saying, of course, the policeman at school probably good, but when I see the police car blinking, just helping the people to cross the street, cross guards with guns and with everything, and the cars idling there was blinking. So I asked the policeman many times, why are you here? So because township tells me to be here. Okay, the services we need. Okay, then see, police should respond to calls by residents. During my campaign, I was going and putting my little brochure on the porches, okay, and on Broadway or whatever it is, street. I wanted, it was about 10:30. I wanted to put it on the porch, and this guy was there just on his lawn. I told him, listen, I can put it there, but you're here. I'd rather talk to you, okay? And I stepped on the front lawn. You said, okay, well, just get away from here. You see, I call police. I told you, listen, if you call police, here is my brochure. It tells who I am. Check with them, check whether it's okay, because you see, the thing is, I'm leaving, okay? I stepped to my car, okay, and two police cars drive in. They're very nice. One of the guys I know well already is very nice, to Teaneck residents, okay? And for about half an hour, two policemen, okay, explained to me that, you see, I can bother just people, the people are sensitive, you step, okay. So I actually explained the situation to my friend Rose, okay, and he said, yes, the police should respond and all that. Actually, I looked for the law. Unless there is a sign, do not trespass, okay, or do not trespass after a particular time, you can. Or there is no fence around it, something like that. Otherwise, any way towards the porch is invitation to come, and it's not against the law. Therefore, basically, like there is a false alarm on Cedar Lane, the enterprise who did it pays fine. This was the false alarm, and using two police officers, okay, for half an hour at 10:30 in the evening, because this guy, I don't know, was in bad mood or whatever it is. It's a lot of things which are not necessary. Unfortunately, addicts won this time, and there are some legal questions which I have, but next time.
Chuck Powers, Teaneck. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, I leave for a place you probably never heard of called Pasco, Washington. I will, by Friday evening at midnight when I come back, have met with four staffs of four different tribes, two in Washington, one in Oregon, one in Idaho, and they will have told me again, as they have told me before, and I will try to figure out how to figure out some way to fix it, that the failure of the local governmental officials in the Department of Energy at the Hanford site to provide them the information and the follow-through to figure out some way to think about the future land uses of that property where the United States government is poised to spend $116 billion of your dollars before it's finished. But were it not to be doing that, it would have figured out a way to have achieved protection of the cultural and ecological resources that those tribes are concerned with in a far more effective way than, in fact, we have decided to do. And the reason that and as a matter of fact, the headquarters folks at DOE are still unaware of the extent to which they are being penalized, and you and I are being penalized with those higher taxes, because the convergence of interests, that had things been made public and transparent, would have allowed enormous multi-billion dollars in savings and much earlier completion of work to try to get past the period when we were making bombs out there. I say that because I watched tonight as my township again decided that the way in which to handle a complex situation was to make sure that how it got resolved involved the passage of paper moments before a vote was taken on a very complex resolution, which it took the attorney about 5 minutes or 7 minutes to read. And if you think that there was transparency in the decision that you folks made tonight, in that process that has to do with the way in which this township is now poised to spend money in the future, and failure for you to have worked on the task at hand, which is how do we achieve protection of the services we get there better, and get there for less. As I will know after I come back at midnight on Friday night, to have again been the case with the Department of Energy, and I'll try like mad to try to figure out how to open up those paths of information. There is nothing wrong, folks. People who get in positions of power, whether they're managers or mayors or council people, believe that somehow immediately it's part of the job to make sure that not everybody knows, or that people know in a not fair way. Because when I arrived at the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee on last Thursday and found out what every one of the people sitting there in that meeting told me, which was that the council had ordered the cessation of their senior citizen stuff for the rest of the year. Every one of them told me, and they cited officials who had informed them of the fact that the council had done that. And you folks know that this is a misrepresentation of what happened. I have listened 4 times now to the period of your council meeting where you decided, yes, freeze your hiring. But then tonight, have you maintained that hiring freeze? Have your attorneys figured out some way to reconcile the interests that I think are competing in representing you and representing the manager in order to figure out whether or not what you said you all wanted to do last week is still valid at this particular moment? And the reason you don't know that is because you have not fought for the kinds of transparency and procedures which would allow you to know what you're doing and the implications of what you're doing. You passed a budget tonight that maintains 17 positions open in this township. Have you also frozen that process? Have you asked your attorney what they think? And if they haven't come up with the answer which you are empowered to direct them to achieve, then for heaven's sakes do it. Thank you.
Mr. Spears?
Good morning. I'll try and make this brief. Congratulations, Madam Mayor, on your appointment to being the mayor. Congratulations to the new council members. I would like to extend our appreciation to Mrs. Crockett, who was here earlier, for her continued support with the Junior Football League. I'm here as representative of the league tonight, as being one of the vice presidents and the player safety coach. Player safety coach's job is normally involved on-field safety, but this is off-field. I sent an email, and I also talked to Councilman Katz a couple of weeks ago in regards to speeding on Palisades Avenue. Outside of the sports complex, a couple of weeks ago, when we were on field with the soccer team at the same time, that's quite a large number of kids. We have a registration right now of about 140. The soccer team is a small team that was out there. We were sharing the field. But you can imagine the congestion of the traffic for the cars that are parked for all of these kids' parents, people that are picking them up. And we have speeders flying through there. It's dark. Outside of the sports complex, it's dark. Inside, when the lights are on, it's wonderfully illuminated. But once you step outside the entrance of it, it's extremely dangerous. Something has to be done. I don't know if he shared the email with you guys. I hope he did. I had suggested on the two western light stanchions on either side of the soccer field, at their grandstands, if it was possible to put additional lighting there directed out towards Palisades. That would give us a fair amount of illumination once you come out. Reducing the speed limit on Palisades, I don't know that that will really help because they're ignoring it as it is now. But the installation of either temporary or permanent speed bumps, something has to be done to slow this traffic down. I was informed after I had contacted Councilman Katz about a child being struck last year, one of the soccer players, being struck out there last year. If something isn't done, we're going to have a fatality out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Good and Welfare? Good and Welfare is now closed.
I'd like to make a quick comment in relationship to a comment that was made earlier. There is an opportunity for North Vale, Norwood, Harrington Park, Closter, Haworth, Dumont, Bergenfield, Teaneck, Pagoda, Richfield Park, and Ridgefield to work together because they share the CXX track with the Vulcanol oil. And if you read the article today, you realize that oil is particularly flammable. And the problem is that most of the rail cars on that railroad are substandard. So we must work together as those 7 or 8 towns to pressure all Bergen County political candidates to prevent the use of substandard tanker cars carrying fuel oil through our community. To get elected in those towns, candidates must make this issue a prominent component of their platform. And I suggest tonight that we send a letter to the other township councils suggesting that they join Teaneck in demanding that substandard tank cars not be allowed to ride through our towns. Do I have anybody else in the council who think that's a good idea?
Second. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
And
I think this is a political season now, so it's a time to get the legal, the local, the state, and the federal candidates on board, and let's stop that danger from coming through our town.
Mr. Manager, it looks like we have a majority if you...
Okay. You can write the letter, right?
Does anyone else Deputy Mayor has it listed as communications, but just because it was mentioned last, I'm very uncomfortable driving down Palisades Avenue when there's activities going on in the park, because I'm always afraid of a child darting out in between the cars. Is that something we could have the police department look at, putting in speed bumps to try to slow down? I know that the speed limit was lowered.
Yeah, it was going, I think it was at 35 and now it's at 30.
30.
Something like that.
But is that something we can refer to traffic to have them
We
look
had
at?
looked at it one time. We'll look at it again and see if we can come up with some
And
traffic
possibly
calming
they can
solutions.
look when there's an activity and not when it's normal.
They put the sign up, I think. They put the sign up, the board up, and they take their readings of what happens. I think for us, we should just, at least I'm in favor of just putting down the strips, if we can do it.
My only question is that there are huge chunks of time where it's not an issue that cars are going 35. Is there any way to do something like, again, outside schools, you have school zones, again, when there are games going on, whether it's Saturday or Sunday or on evenings, that's when we should have, and certainly should have, a lower speed limit. And if we can do that, I think we can solve the problem.
Well, what would you put it? I mean, just putting in those temporary slow down, people don't pay attention to it.
Let me speak with the chief and traffic and see if there's something we can come up with that, isn't there all the time, but, maybe we can put something in place, on certain days, or to slow the traffic down, or try to reduce the amount of traffic that comes that way in at least one direction. So let me talk first.
What does that mean?
Well, what I'm thinking about, and I don't even know if it's possible. This is just off the top of my head, Maybe, southbound traffic, on Sunday, we put up some, barricades or something where you can't, only people going to the park, will be able to go around the barricade and park there by the park, instead of through traffic going all the way up and down the street. So I don't even know if that's feasible, possible. I got to talk to the chief about it. But I don't think that I don't believe that we should have those speed humps in a 35-mile-an-hour zone. I don't think they're going to be effective. I think that people learn how to drive over speed humps at their normal speed. Speed humps have to be designed to a certain specification, and they cost.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that as far as the solution. What would happen if we made it a 25-mile-an-hour zone?
Then you'd create a speeding problem, because they're already doing 35. They're going to travel at a certain speed based on the character of the road. So, I mean, let's say if we put things all over the road, they wouldn't travel at that speed. It is the character of that road, the straightness of it, that...
What if we had one of those blinking lights that said 25 when blinking?
That very well may be
one
the
on each
option.
side at 25 miles.
We got to look at that.
So why don't we have him come back to us with a recommendation?
I'll come back at the next meeting with something. Yeah.
Not about that, but...
I'll come back with something. I'll have them look at posting something like that.
Yeah, I have it listed on the next agenda. You got my email for us to discuss.
Madam Mayor, is there anything that we can do to help the resident get that dumpster removed that's been sitting there for 3 months?
Yeah, well, the dumpster, I'm just looking at my email now. I see it's 183 Bedford Avenue. I have an email from the health officer communicating with one of his personnel, and he's directing that person to, investigate and work on that issue. So, 180, I've been down there personally. There's a couple properties down there that are issues.